Good day and good evening and welcome to Dailies Hangout stream, but with only 6 buttons per player. Now, what does that mean? I'll explain in just a bit, but before that, hey Rust, hey Emir, hey Ceres, hey Bob, hey Taimo, hey Vince, and hey Kaze. Hope you're all doing very well, and I'm glad to hear that, Taimo. I hope you enjoy your D&D stuff. Hey Yam, you're doing well as well, right? So, for the rules, as usual, before the rules, as usual, I will be going through. Whoops. Yeah, I had something to do, you see. As usual, I'll be going through the duty roulettes, but we will not be doing alliance raids, and we will not be doing mentor or frontline. Don't know if we'll actually be doing MSQ roulette, but we'll make our way through the roulettes that we can do with a full party. Reason being that it's not okay, in my opinion, to bring our shenanigans of wildly unoptimized builds into content with strangers. Now, unoptimized builds, what do you mean by that, Kai? Right, so 6 buttons per players, what does that mean? It means that you only get to bring 6 buttons, and the rules for that is as follows. 1, no macros. As in, no macros. It's just like blanket rule, because if macros were allowed, then you could just have, you know, a button filled with actions or something to, like, bypass the rule. Hence, macros banned. Rule 2, if a button turns into another thing, that's fair game. What about my Dragon Sight macro? I'll take that as an exception, but you don't get to both have Dragon Sight and a macro. But it has to be only Dragon Sight in it. Because that's still a button, but that's like exceptions that you'll have to run by me. But basically, I do recommend no macros for the purity of the challenge. Second rule, as I said, if a button turns into another button, that's fair game. For example, if I chose Fell Cleave, then I also have Inner Chaos, because I chose the button that is Fell Cleave, and at that present moment it turned into Inner Chaos, and I was just trying to click Fell Cleave, right? So that's perfectly allowed. Rule 3, by the way, Creative Gamers, I have seen your comment, I'll get to it after the rules. Rule 3 is, if you didn't pick a button, you can't benefit from it. That's not allowed, which means as a tank, if you actually want your tank stance, then you need to choose your tank stance. Otherwise, you have to disable it once you get into the dungeon. And yes, I do realize the irony of, oh, you didn't turn off your tank stance, so you enter the dungeon and now you have to open your spell book, so to speak, and then click it there. But I mean, that's your punishment journey for cheating. The same applies for pet jobs, for example. Summoner and Scholar cannot use their summons if you didn't pick them. Dancer cannot set up closed position, and so on and so forth. Rule 4. Once locked in, so once you've decided your 6 buttons, you may only make changes to your choice if we wipe. And if you want to make changes, this has to be loudly and proudly announced so that I can make sure that I know what you changed it to. And of course, the cooler thing is to figure out a way to beat it without changing your build. But if we can't do it, then we can't do it. We have had we could have had a situation where maybe the tank decided that defensive cooldowns are not needed, and that could be a problem. Or a healer decided to not bring a healing spell. Things like that. What if I cannot use a button due to level restriction? You don't lock in before the dungeon is underway. So that means when we do the duties where we get synced down, you're welcome to decide, I'm probably going to use these 6 buttons. But when we zone in, that's when you go, okay, I'm locking in, I'm doing this. And otherwise you can change your mind. Basically, if you're in the group and we're doing leveling roulette, for example, and we we know that we're possibly landing in a level 50 duty, whatever, then you can, plan around that and go, well, I'll make a build for level 50. And then we land in Brave Flux Long Stop, and half the buttons you wanted don't exist. Then you can, you're not locked in. Before we enter, you just have to at least give the impression that you know what you're going to take. We get in, then we decide the builds, announce the builds, I write them down, and then we start the duty, which does mean that we might stand at the start of the duty for a few minutes while we decide, depending on what happens. Rule 5. Certain actions, such as auto-attacking and jumping, are just allowed without a button. So far, it has not been necessary to allow things like limit break or sprint in this way, so these still require a button. Basically, because you can start auto-attacking by right-clicking an enemy or using a weapon skill, and because you can jump by just pressing space, I'll allow it. But sprint goes on the hotbar. Counting up with 6 buttons, surely you'll have room for 1 heal. I agree, but what if you could have more damage? Right, so that's basically the rules. If there's something that isn't clear, targeting is a button. That one you also get on the house. Right, so that's basically the rules. If there's something you're not certain about, you're welcome to ask. That said, also hey to me, who else? Chris, Jeffrey, Joseph, Vila, Creative Gamers, Tristan, Amelia, Bad Angel, Cat Damon, Matthew, Catch, Giraheen, and BSR. Hope you're all doing very well. Chain stratagem is deathly important. I believe the hilarity happened last time where we had Sage that went... I believe they had Cardia and Doses, Yevcracia, Phlegma, and Dyscrasia or something like that. They basically just took all the damage buttons and Cardia. Wasn't enough on the first boss on Etherfont. That was you, right? That was not me. That was not me. But, no reason to throw anyone under the boss. Right, so, Creative Gamers question. New here, just seen a short talking about Samurai. I have been playing for a month or so now, and I've gotten the Samurai unlocked, and I like them. I'm still just level 52. Oh, okay. Good to hear. I wasn't sure if there was a question, but I'm glad to hear that you're enjoying it. They used to be a lot weirder as they leveled up, but now that now that they don't have Chitin, F for that, RIP for Chitin, it doesn't change that massively as you level up, it just adds stuff. Why would I want my tank stands the DPS of my mitigation? Goddammit, says healer for getting healing spell. That wouldn't happen. Hey Randoming, I hope you're doing well. Right. So, to give an example, I of course have builds for 5 jobs that I'm going to bring. However, just so that I know what job I'm going to play, I would like to know who would like to join me for Expert Roulette. Come on over to me if you would like to join me for Expert Roulette. In before no one. We're not that many people here. I remember last time we had issues with the DDoSing, so a lot of people couldn't show up. Right. I'll switch to whatever role that we're missing, so you 3 can choose, and then I'll choose a job, and then I'll show you what it looks like. Yeah, exactly. I was playing warrior, so the logic was, well, warrior can heal, right? The problem being that, well, a warrior doesn't need a healer, rather. And I then, you know, I chose Bloodwedding, not Nascent Flash, due to having a grand total of 5 buttons. Also, for anyone going, why are we counting up and not down? I think we're already at a point where if we went down to 4 buttons, it would like become like there's like maybe 1 healer that is kind of functional on 4. I'm actually shocked to say it might actually be White Mage that is the most functional on 4 buttons among the healers. And with tanks, it would just be, okay, well, I guess I'm warrior with Bloodwedding and AoE combo and a tank stance. Like, it just becomes, there's like 1 job in each role that functions at all on 4 buttons. So it would just like become very boring in a way. Like, you have so little space that there isn't any space for creativity because you only have space for the bare necessities. But with more buttons, what's going to happen is some jobs will suddenly be functional. Like, for example, with 5 buttons, Samurai has to get really weird to actually use Midara Setsugeka. On 6 buttons, it still gets weird, but it's doable. It's possible. And things like that. So I feel like what's going to happen is that if we increase the number, people are going to feel more inclined to choose something that like that wasn't possible the previous week. Hey Victor, hope you're doing well. Right, it looks like I'm playing healer. Let me check. Oh, I put down a Sage build. I guess the interesting part here is possibly more the buttons that I choose than the sudden revelation of choosing Sage. There you go. There we go. And here we are. Almost. Almost. Perfect. Hey Moops, hope you're doing well. Did I say hi to Vince? I think I did. Yep. Exactly, with 1 extra button, there's way more you can do. What about the combined level requirement of your skills cannot exceed 50? Would not punish tank stands and with 3 combos as much. The problem there, Randoming, is that some, like, that just makes a really, really weird challenge. Because some jobs, like, check this out. Samurai, the combined level requirement of your skills cannot exceed 50. You want a combo finisher. That's going to cost you 35. So it would be extremely unfair for a lot of jobs. But it is an interesting idea, but I don't think that is going to be something that I think I'll force anyone to do. Now, with that said, let me see here. We have Emir with Heart of Corundum, Royal Guard, Burst Strike, Blasting Zone, Demon Slice, and Demon Slaughter. That makes sense, I think. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I thought about those, like some of those as well, and I think I would have done it a little differently. But that's even more interesting. Grey Aim is going Tenchi, Ninjutsu, Caetsu, Forked Raiju, and Raijin. Your AoE damage is gonna suck. Yurin says, I was expecting the job for 4 buttons would be Astrologian. That could also be. That could also be. I suppose when you get down to that few buttons, it becomes like Aspected Helios, Gravity, Essential Dignity, and I don't know, like Celestial Opposition or something like that. And we have Bob with Summon Kabi, of course. Ruin 3, Try Disaster, Summon Bahamut, Astral Flow, and Enkindle Bahamut. You know what, I looked at Summoner a bit, and I think I came up with a similar rotation in that, or a similar build in that. You can't have the buttons to actually make something like Ifrit, Titan, or Garuda actually good. Because, like, it's all spent on the summon, on like, getting there. But yeah, with Bahamut Burst, that's actually pretty decent. And we will see a ton of Try Disaster, which we normally don't see. Ah, right, the random luck. I don't know if it gets more or less interesting when we get to the, like, the duties that can be low level. And that's true, BSR. They have, like, Katon and Goka Mekyaku. It's just... It's not insane. But yeah, I think the interesting thing is with some of these jobs, with a 6th button, we start to see cooldowns being chosen. Like, for example, I'm choosing Flemmer. I would not have chosen Flemmer with 5 buttons. I've made a mistake. I think. I've chosen Yevprasia, but I don't have anything to spend it on. That is a mistake. Why did I do that? I feel like I've chosen the... Well, I'm going to stick with it. I'm just going to deal with it. That's the rule. Let me see, what was my actual build written as? I should have had Ryukoli there. That's not good. I'm tanking something, by the way. I should have seen that. Ain't that a good start? That should have been Ryuhole, and we would have been fine if I had it. Well, if it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. And then I guess I'll have to change it if or when we wipe. Genuinely, that should have been Ryuhole. I don't know how we made that mistake. Hey Shonokai, hope you're doing well. Amazing beginning. Da 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 da. Fair enough, cat. I know, right, Kragenbo? I realized the moment that I looked at my hotbars in the duty, like, wait a minute, why do I have this? Hey Zach, hope you're doing well. Well, I'm actually out of MP. I would have had MP if I had Ryokoli. Da 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 da. Actually, the dumbest part is it says in my notes, Ryokoli. It doesn't say you've Gracia. I'm just that smart. Wait for MP? That could be an idea. Blue Sage. I mean, you can go if you want. I don't know if I'll go. I probably will. Mana break. I find, yeah, exactly. That's what happens when you don't have lucid dreaming. Oh, by the way, don't get hit, guys. If you get Doom, you're dead. I can't res you. This boss now has the capacity to randomly one-shot you. Oh boy. Yeah. Summoner didn't bring conjure refreshments. Ah, the days of mana shift. At this point, this feels like, because of the uselessness of Eucratia with the build that I've picked, this feels like imagine if there was an extra rule where, like, when you give your build, a random button is just replaced with do nothing. That's kind of what it feels like. Like you just bring your 6 buttons and you're like, all right, I'm like, as a tank, what would you do different if you had 6 buttons and there was a chance that the one defensive cooldown you picked, you just don't get to have it. Like, it's just, oh, that one's gone. One button turns into an emote. Yeah, exactly. Isn't this one? Oh, well. I hope you live that. Oh my goodness. Yeah, exactly. That was actually what I was thinking as well. And then the tank stance is the thing that becomes an emote. Less healing required. I've only picked AoE healing. This changes nothing. The idea of a random button just getting turned into an emote is pretty funny, but that I think is something that maybe we'll do when we have a, like, if we were to do this more times, and like maybe we reach a point where there's so many buttons that it's like, well, I mean, you could choose 2 defensives if you want to be sure. I mean, you could just bring also provoke in case your tank stance gets memed on. That was merciful with Doom. You'd have to watch the timer just tick down. At least the timer isn't that long, I guess.
Hurry, Golbez.
Yeah, exactly, Catdemon. I remember saving an EO for emergencies and never ever needing to use it. Exactly. In-game Grave says, never have I been this good at using Caetsu on cooldown.
I think not.
More buttons now. We have 1 more button. Just bring Bloodwedding and another copy of Bloodwedding. I mean, that could be a silly, funny rule that you can choose multiple of the same button if you want to be sure. Like, if you let's say you had 7 buttons and you can choose that multiple of the same button, and a random one gets replaced with an emote. Oh boy. I should have not greeted so hard on the damage.
Fear my wrath.
Yeah, 1 more button, except, yeah, exactly, except for me, because I'm an idiot. I chose Euphrasia of all things. And yes, raise is a button. That's why I don't have it. What would you do if your combo starter got replaced? And that is actually a really, really good point. That is like, I mean, I suppose one way you could make it fair would be that, like, if like something like a combo sequence gets chosen, it's just the last step of the combo, or like the last thing gets removed. So like, for example, if you if you're a summoner and Summon Kabi gets chosen, then it's like, well, Summon Bahamut relies on Kabi, and Enkindle Bahamut relies on Summon Bahamut, so Enkindle Bahamut dies, for example. But then now it starts to get really complicated. How about button roulette? You can choose 1 button and the other, I don't know, 7 are randomly chosen somehow, and you have to make it work. I feel like there's a really high chance you'd get a build that wouldn't work. Like, the reason, like, genuinely, last time, I didn't have in my notes a rule for what do we do if someone has chosen a build that can't beat the boss. Like, the rule that you can change your build if you wipe wasn't in the rule set last time. That was just something that we had to veto in the duty. Because it would be insanely time-consuming to do this if we want to get all the duties done, but if someone makes a build that doesn't work, well, then we have to start over. Hey Gleaming and Haviak and Leah and Leggy. Hope you all doing very well. That's interesting, by the way, Catch. I was in 04N last week, and I realized at some point in the duty, I was DPS, it's like, wait, why do I have nearly as much enmity as the main tank? Like, how's that possible? And that's when I realized that the tank had not had the tank stance on the entire duty. I was like, oh. Well, that changes some things. You can change build after wipe at the cost of a button. You see, that's the thing, is that would immediately make some jobs impossible to use, which is why the rule is instead just a flat. If we wipe, then we've already been punished plenty. So if you want to change your mind on the build, that's okay, but you have to say so everyone knows that you had to change your build. Which does mean if we wipe to anything here, I would of course go, well, I meant to pick Driukoli, so I will do that. Well, at least your TBN will be useful. And Salted Earth will also work, because Salt and Darkness is not a separate button. Oh boy. Oh, no one chose knockback immunity? Shocking. A funny idea for a build change. As Ninja, when you run out of MP, so you just kind of have to, like, to punch the boss like this. No, yes, knockback immunity works. Weirdly, that's something I discovered when I made the video of duties that you might not remember. The boss in St. Morgiani's Arboretum that has the same mechanic, that boss you cannot use knockback immunity against. And it's also brown yellowy, so the color doesn't matter. What I just, as I just said, Matthew, the equivalent boss in, or the boss with the equivalent mechanic from Stormblood or Heavensward, I can't remember which, that has basically this mechanic with the knockbacks. You can't immune it, even though it looks exactly the same. That is true, although the colored knockback is usually a circle, Matthew.
We've no time to lose. Such destruction.
Don't believe they color line knockbacks purple.
I think not.
Here's an interesting thing. I can't remember if it was actually ever important. But back in Stormblood, I recall, I think I read it in a guide. Are you sure you don't think so, Durante? Relax. That in addition to the fact that because tanks had, you know, a lot more trouble actually holding aggro on mobs while they were rounding up for a big AoE pull, in Stormblood, because of how enmity worked back then, in addition to that, there was a benefit to just not entering combat. Like just running alongside the mobs without attacking them, such that you could recover MP better. Can't remember how important that was, but it was like, it was a relevant thing, because given that you didn't want to do too much damage, because you didn't want to over aggro the tank, maybe it was better to just do nothing and recover some MP. Hey Ardell, hope you're doing well. In P8 the knockback is orange, but it can't be immune, if I recall correctly. Which one? When he like jumps around? You can immune that one. Yeah, cool. I accidentally brought you, like, my notes say Ryuholi. I don't know why. Why you crazy is here. That was not my intention. It's very devastating, but we haven't wiped yet, which is why I still have it. It's the rule. Also true, also regenerating TP, you recover TP faster when not in combat. So basically just, if you could recover something while running alongside the tank, it was just often smarter to just wait with unleashing your burst till you had reached the destination. This would have been way easier if I had Ryuholi. I'm missing so much MP regen. Caetsu fan Palesa. Such Ryuholi. This was not my intention. Such lack of Ryuholi. Such lack of NP was not my intention. You must construct additional pylons. Create more moon wells. A moon well would actually be extremely handy right about now. For anyone who knows what that is. Yep, Warcraft 3. The moon wells that the Night Elves could construct in Warcraft 3 was both their, like, population building The one that made them have more, like, supply, so they could build more units. But it also was like a building that you could have like a unit run over to and drink from, and it required HP and MP, which means that if I had a moon well, I could actually recover some MP.
I need power. Light or dark, it matters not.
We need more resources. Build photon processors. Wait, what game is that?
Such savagery ill suits you.
Gene Wars. I see.
You've weathered this before. Let's see how you fare now.
I need more MP. Light or dark, it matters not. The red mage, looking for more melee combos. I need mana. Light or dark, it matters not. The black mage just 1 second before they accidentally mess up their rotation. I need a stance. Hot or cold, it matters not. Matters not until it does. Yep.
Even so, I'll not be bested. Not this day.
Light or dark, it matters somewhat.
Prepare yourself.
Such lack of MP ill suits you. Oh yeah, Everlasting Flight. I have a feeling that this would have worked much, much worse if we didn't have a summoner healing support.
You've weathered this before. Let's see how you fare now.
Oh, it's the one where the center spot is the safe spot. Ain't that something? Doesn't matter, here's 100 white mana, here you go. I mean, depending on how much mana you already had, you could make it work. You could make it work. Just have to really focus on the black spells. The silly thing about all this is that not only would have had a much easier time dealing with single target healing if I had Ryukoli, but if I had it, I would also not be missing MP so badly. Like, because of the cooldown of Karakoli, I basically get less than one Adder Skull spent per 30 seconds, because sometimes I have to hold it.
I'll not be bested. Not this day.
Where with Ryu, I would just have been able to, like, dump one every 20 seconds if I wanted to.
Prepare yourself.
You've weathered low MP before. Let's see how you fare now.
It's over, my friend.
Yeah, the funniest thing with that Gleaming is that it's like a little bit like so many other things where I've never seen him open with center is safe. Like, he will do the, you know, the line where the entire row is safe. But like the first time he puts down, you know, 5 orbs, it's always a side that is safe. I've never seen it be middle. I've heard some people say it's center, that they've seen it center first. But I've never seen it. But he's really consistent with doing it second. Like the second time he does that mechanic with 5, he's very likely to put the safe spot in the center.
This before. Let's see how you fare now.
It's a little bit like how I had reached the point where I wasn't even sure Shiva Extreme could actually use the sword in the last phase, because I had beaten Shiva a few times on Extreme and not seen her pull out the sword. But the reason was that she always, like on Extreme, she will always open with staff, bow, and then sword or staff, which means... Oh, why did go this? Which means that if you beat her fast enough, which isn't that fast actually, then you don't see it at all. That was silly. The moment when the summoner's out of MP for half the fight. Oh, is that why the fight took so insanely long? I didn't even see. I was too focused on my MP. Right, just to reiterate. This was how my build was supposed to be? Just if anyone's curious. This is what it was supposed to be. I'm glad to hear that, Catch. And I'm sorry to hear that you've had a hard time recently. Hopefully it gets better. You're right. Your Gunbreaker MP. Oh, I can have both a pinned comment and a vote. I didn't even know that. So for the record, this is weirdly a thing for both Summoner and Red Mage, that technically their rotations are MP negative. That is to say that as a fight, like, continues, eventually you will need to use Lucid Dreaming. But if you didn't choose Lucid Dreaming, then you just don't have it. Like, basically, it's as simple as this. Most of the Summoner Arsenal, most of it costs 300 MP. Some of them cost 400. Some of them are free, but nearly all of them cost something. And you regenerate 200 MP every 3 seconds, so just spamming Ruin will cost you, you know, about, like, close to 100 MP per second, actually. My Ninky was full as well. That's the classic. Oh, you actually have to choose a spender. We'll get to that. Maybe on 8 buttons. Yurian says, you ever have such things you're technically aware of but never really realize? Also known as me just realizing half of the tanks actually use MP, and that's a good point. That is pretty interesting. And yeah, using Lucid Dreaming on cooldown is usually fine, especially for mages. It's only a problem if you die. Like, if you didn't need to use Lucid Dreaming, and you did, and then you die, then you come back, and maybe you don't actually have the MP you want. Especially if you, like, you get back, you need to use Lucid Dreaming to actually get high enough to res another person, but it's on cooldown. Huh, that is a really, really close matchup between tank and mage. Just saying now, because I don't think I actually said it, that I'm polling. There's a vote in the chat right now where you can choose which role I'm playing next while we do level 90 roulette. It's looking quite empty today. There's some people here. Yeah, I do get what you mean. It's like here's like there's like this. Like this. There's like one person. We have Ted, that's all we need. Oh, yeah. Me, who else himself is here? An entire Aradil. Well, it did flip-flop back and forth a lot, but I think tank is what I'll be playing then. I did warrior last time. How big is the damage difference is quite substantial. Whoops. I have an extra button. What should I go with? No tank stands the DPS can mitigate. That's a bad idea. That's a bad idea. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe fight or flight, but I'm also thinking that there could be something better. Can't be spot for an emote. Ah, yes, perfect. Can a tank keep aggro using the range attack without stance? Possibly, especially if your group doesn't have their full toolkit either, but you would be doing horrendously bad damage, so it's probably not worth it. I was actually also thinking maybe Holy Circle? But don't think, I think that's maybe a bit much. You know, let's do Expiation. Bulwark could be funny, but I do have to say Rampart is actually stronger in every way than Bulwark, so... Probably had chosen Rampart before that. Right, if you want to join me for level 90 Dungeon Roulette, come over to me. It doesn't matter that we're already 4, I just keep that in mind so I can see who else wants to come. Bulwark is actually 90 seconds. The self-destructing bunny enjoyer. Well, let me do this. We have Holy Sheltron. I already chose that one. I specifically, with tanks, I'm pretty much just always bringing AoE combo, tank stance, and the short defensive. And then it's like 2 extra buttons. And then it just depends. Oh yeah, I was looking at the chat. As I was saying that, I was just looking at the bot message. Right. I am ready to receive your builds. And I am, of course, going with Paladin with Total Eclipse, Prominence, Holy Spirit, Expiation, Holy Sheltron, and Iron Will. Bring Confiteor. Yes, well, I mean, I would have to also bring Recreascat for that, and let's see. Nef, PSR is going with Malefic, Minor Arcana, Benefic 2, Aspected Helios, Essential Dignity, and Earthly Star. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yep. It's just the really long names with 2 words that messed me up there for a second. How much does Expiation actually give mana? 500. And we have Graham with Scattergun, Gauss Round, Ricochet, Heat Blast, Auto Crossbow, and Hypercharge. I feel like, yeah, that's like the classic from last time with an extra button. So of course we choose the AoE spender. Yeah, I do agree with the tools don't seem that useful when you're choosing that over something spammable. Cat, do you have a build? Do you have a Black Mage build? How will this work in Dawntrail with the combined buttons? It'll be easier. But there's a possibility that I'll be spending a lot of time, like, maybe doing different kinds of streams with Dawntrail first before we can return to this. Could also just ban them. For the bots, the problem is that it's a different bot every time. So it would just like produce a like endless list of banned names, and that would make it really hard to find someone if, like, for example, you accidentally banned someone you didn't mean to. That's why we just delete the messages. They like the part of it is also because the bots don't try again. Hey Grams, hope you're doing well. So is it worth playing this game if you think it looks fun? the first 70 levels is free on the free trial. You can basically play the game for hundreds and thousands of hours without paying a dime. So you could try it and figure out for yourself. However, you will probably realize that jumping into a stream of a channel that basically plays this basically every single day, you'll probably get a slightly biased answer. Because of course, I would say yes. And the combined button is going to be an option, or is it now the default? They will add it as an option, and I think the way we would do it is that you can use that option if you like, if we were to do a stream like this. Do I have to pay it monthly to play? The free trial, no. If you buy the game so you can get the full game, then yes, there's a subscription. And I have to say, the reason why my answers are a little bit curt is because you could have Googled that. Is this game pay to win? No. Hey Baron, hope you're doing well. It's like 6 p.m. It's just like summery weather. Right, so Cat went with Blizzard, High Blizzard 2, Freeze, Thunder 3, Fire 4, and High Fire 2. Ah yeah, so you can have Paradox. No flare? And the daily's going so far. Well, we've just done expert roulette. And now we're going into level 90. Basically, catch. To take an example, the example they gave was... Oh, just a moment. There we go. Was... A Dragoon would be able to choose a toggle that makes it so that when you use jump, it turns into Mirage Dive. Because obviously, if Mirage Dive was enabled, you would use that. This was actually, like, that in particular was one that caused some problems in Endwalker, where there was a patch where they just combined them. But it caused problems for some players. I think a combination of some players having trouble due to latency, and some players had problems, like, just because they mashed too hard. And so they retracted that change, like removed it again. But there was, of course, players that had no issues. In fact, they felt that it was, like, entirely an upgrade and was confused. Why did they do that? And the answer was there. Like, the solution is, of course, make it an option you can just toggle. There you go. Actually, Bad Angel, the idea that it was for combos was actually a misunderstanding. Based on what we've been told, it's explicitly not for combos. Like, that is actually not what it was for. It was specifically for things where it's like A turns into B. Like, A enables B. And they, like, before anyone could, like, actually correct it, it had just, like, taken to the internet and gone, hey, have you seen that you can combine your actions like in PvP? But they actually never showed that. The only jobs you actually saw, like, combos where you could argue that it was kind of like a single button was Viper and Pictomancer, where we don't even know. Like, we don't even know what the buttons do in the first place, so... And we don't know, Red Dooming. The problem there is that no, it of course wouldn't, because there are times where you'd want to use the thunder while you have the fire. Like, the problem with these kinds of things is that the only time it makes sense to combine the buttons if there's never a situation where you would rather not, like, rather have the regular button. Like with jump. And also, Perrin, I just want to reiterate that jump and Mirage Dive are still 2 buttons live. There's still 2. So they were showing that example that had been toyed with as a combined button. We have seen over the course of Endwalker, both on release and in some cases like throughout the expansion, that some buttons have just been combined in different ways. Like, for example, originally Pitch Perfect and Wanderer's Minuet were 2 buttons. It was actually pretty funny not for the bard mains, but for everyone else. When they made that change, there was a bug that made it such that if you were benefiting from Wanderer's Minuet, like, had the buff from Wanderer's Minuet in any way, including not you actually being the singer of Wanderer's Minuet, then Wanderer's Minuet on your hotbars would turn into Pitch Perfect. But you couldn't use it because you didn't have any stacks because you were in Mage's Ballad or Army's Paean. But because the button had changed into Pitch Perfect, you couldn't actually use Wanderer's Minuet. I think that was like a bug for a few days. The thing that I was told, Perrin, is that it was like a mix. It was like a mix. If you have a high latency, if you have a high enough latency, you will have problems like, for example, you will be able to use a short cast spell as a red mage, and then your slow spell that comes immediately after will not benefit from dual cast. Alright, Emir, enjoy dinner, I'm guessing. Like, you can basically sneak a cast in underneath dual cast because of the latency problems. This is basically the same, where, like, the button needing to change adds like an additional layer of delay that might not be necessary. Where before, you could use jump, and then if you just mashed Mirage Dive, then, like, you had already queued it, so the server would just go, well, you can't do that yet, you can't do that yet, you can't do that yet. And when you get the buff, or the game recognizes that you have the button, or have the buff, then the server goes, ah, yes, of course, and it would still be faster. Whereas, if the game goes, well, you can only use Mirage Dive when jump has turned into Mirage Dive, then you can't even queue the action in the first place. So if you had a high latency, then it caused a lot of trouble, a lot of problems. And if you had a really low latency, the problem was actually in the other direction, where sometimes people would be like button mashing really hard, and then they would basically use jump, and then spell queuing would cause Mirage Dive to get like locked in, so you would force yourself to use Mirage Dive immediately after, which sometimes you absolutely didn't want to do. Hey Philippe, hope you're doing well. Kind of silly when in theory there's 1 second for dual cast to apply. There's half a second for dual cast to apply. Because Jolt is 2 seconds. If anything, this is reminding me of the times where you control another character. They have a 1, 2, 3 combo, it's all just combined into one single button, you just press and it just does auto. Yeah. I've heard a lot of people say they don't really like that. And I can see it. The problem with those tasks is that for some players they look at it and go, if you're going to force me to play this other job, why are you giving me, like, the diet version? Shouldn't it apply at the slide casting window? Oh yeah, that is a good point. If that's the case, then yeah, you would have a full second. That's true, Matthew. That is true. Oh boy. That is true, my bad. I'm not entirely sure how how slide casting works out on latency. Like, to be perfectly honest, I'm not 100% sure. Like, the general consensus, like, as far as I know, like, that I've heard people believe it works by, is that if you have latency, then it makes your slide casting window quote-unquote longer. But the thing is, I've also in equal measure, or sometimes in greater measure, heard that not just makes your slide casting window less predictable. Like, it's slightly longer sometimes, but most of the time, no. And exactly, the problem is that most of the time you just get, like, the diet version of the job. Sometimes it gets interesting. Like, I think the most interesting versions of them giving, like, the diet version of a job is when they, like, get weird with it. Or, like, they have to get creative with it because, like, the job just doesn't work. If you try to do the whole thing. Like, for example, when you've been forced to play Black Mage in some way, usually the way they do it is they make Blizzard spells just regen MP. Like, when you cast them. Isn't that weird? Does that sound familiar to those people that have watched the job action trailer stuff? Ain't that strange? Or like, I think if I remember correctly, what they did with Alizé is just make it so that you just alternate automatically between light and dark. Did you run Pulse of the Commander earlier today? Yes, I did. Hey, Peeper Poppy. Hope you're doing well. Was it you that said wait just before I left? But yeah, I was in Port of the Commander twice. Mental roulette be like that sometimes. Well, in that case, Leah, you might not like Black Mage in Dawntrail. Thank you, people. I appreciate that. Also, hey, Ruby Chandler. Hope you're doing well. I don't remember how long it's been since I've seen this boss go this far. Duo Komana. A tank buster. Does that mean I'll end up in a video? You probably will, yes. Though Porta de Comana has this thing where it's not that amazingly interesting. It's like 15 minutes. And something entirely unexpected has to happen for me to have anything to talk about. Could be worse. It could have been Praetorium. Such devastation. Such Evcracia choosing. Imagine just like seeing like I don't know, like a reel of Final Fantasy XIV footage and just see this out of context, but like zoomed in such a way that you have a hard time seeing the hotbars. So like, what is he doing? Why is he using Holy Spirit on AoE? Why is he using the AoE combo on single target? What's happening? Oh, Porta de Comana is fine. The problem with Porta de Comana is just that, like, if you're doing MSQ roulette, then Porta de Comana is kind of nice, because, you know, it only takes 15 minutes. But in Marktome event days, Porta de Comana is kind of bad, because it gives you 3 for 15 minutes of, like, actual... Well, 15 minutes. It's not 15 minutes of actual gameplay, because, you know, there is the long cutscene and that, but it's 15 minutes and you get 3 thingies. Which is not that impressive. Whereas Praetorium gives you 7 for like 25 to 30 minutes of being in a duty. And if you go there for the Marktomes, then there's just way better things you could be doing. Like, you know, I made a video on that last week. And if you're there for the MSQ roulette, then I mean, Porta de Comana is actually pretty good. If you're there for the MSQ roulette, then that's like, you'd probably rather have that than Praetorium. But if you're there through Mentor roulette, then the only thing worse than MSQ roulette is like a duty with a team that is so bad that you're genuinely having trouble like beating the bosses. Actually, something occurred to me. I have an idea, everyone. I have an idea. Time for my new burst combo. This is like triple DPS over what I was doing before. Burst rotation! What would be the hardest extreme to do in the mental roulette? I would say that probably that there will probably be like basically anything not the Great Hunt and not a Realm Reborn extremes. Then most of it is just too hard. Like, the problem isn't with the duties being particularly hard. Most of them are just too hard to learn in 30 minutes, or rather an hour, right? Like, that's the real problem here. Thank you, Aridel. Like, the problem isn't in whether it's doable or how hard they are. It's genuinely just a case of, can you learn the fight and then do it in under an hour? Because that's the time you get. So I imagine all Shadowbringers extremes, all Endwalker extremes, those will not appear in Mental Roulette until Dawn Trail, fortunately. Most Stormblood and most Heavensward extremes. Like, I had a particularly wild run with Zurvan that I documented in the Mental Roulette series, where we beat it in the last try, but we had, like, actually really, really solid players in, like, the majority of the raid team were really solid players. We wouldn't be able to do it if that wasn't the case. Just skip Saw disband. We automatically skipped Saw after, like, on try 1. Like, that happened naturally because of power creep. However, we did see Saw on the last try. The fight took so long that we saw Saw the second time it's supposed to come up. Man, if only I had realized this this weird alternate rotation sooner. We could have killed the previous bosses faster. It just was like, ding! Wait a minute, why am I spamming my AoE combo on single target when I could do literally anything else? How about second Saw? No! What am I going to do about my divine might? The boss is dead now. Miss Plunge? Yeah, I get it. It's kind of iconic in a way. Also, hey Shaq, hope you're doing well. Guys, do yourselves a favor, no astrologian in the button challenge. Is it that bad? Is it that bad? On the one hand, Plunge is kind of iconic. On the other hand, and I'm just saying this, that the moment that I saw that there were jobs that had, you know, gap closers with damage on them, where they were suddenly no damage, I was basically that meme with, like, the guy, like, basically styling on a grave, just damage on gap closers, because I've said for years, actually, at this point, that gap closers, like, buttons meant to gap close shouldn't do damage, because if they do damage, then it's not a gap closer, then it's a damage button. Like, it's weird how Monk has so much mobility. It's almost like Thunderclap not doing damage means that you use Thunderclap for movement. Ninja has so much mobility, it's almost like Shikuchi doing 0 damage. means that you can use it for movement. Like, the key here is that if you have a button that is meant to gap close, like, the primary purpose of it is gap close, then it should not do damage, because if it does damage, then its primary purpose is damage. If you have an attack that has its primary purpose as do damage, and secondarily it happens to also gap close, that's a different story. Like, for example, Primal Rend, Star Diver, Dragonfire Dive, I suppose. Right. New poll. Yeah, exactly. If it was up to me, then Onslaught, Intervene, Rough Divide, and Plunge did 0 damage. Spine Shatter Dive should do 0 damage. Doesn't Spine Shatter qualify that second category? Spine Shatter Dive has had a weird journey. Here's an interesting story. Originally, Spine Shatter Dive was a stun. And in Stormblood, Spine Shatter Dive also gave Mirage Dive ready. But if I remember correctly, you needed 3 gaze effects to activate Life of the Dragon. So it still meant you got 1 per minute-ish. But it used to stun, which means that Spine Shatter Dive, we could probably agree, just ultimately qualifies as a utility button. Like, Spine Shatter Dive on cooldown for damage is more like how ninjas used Joculate on cooldown for damage. Joculate was an interrupt, by the way. With a name like Spine Shatter Dive, it makes sense that it's stunned. Yeah. I mean, the way that they solved it is, and if you watch the job action trailer, you'll see exactly what I mean, is Plunge doesn't exist. You just, like, slide over to the enemy. I also think we saw Rough Divide doesn't exist. You just slide over to the enemy. Dragoon's Spine Shatter Dive is gone. You just slide over to the enemy. It's like they've replaced it with a less aggressive animation. Does the current Spine Shatter really need to be removed? Why is Spine Shatter gone but Dragonfire and Stardiver remain? Because Dragonfire Dive and Stardiver are attacks first and foremost, and gap closers secondarily. Spine Shatter Dive was weighed and found wanting. It is the gap closing button. It was intended to be the gap closing button, I suppose. Yeah, my perspective on it is entirely that it's not like, for all I care, they could have just like, see, the thing is, the reason why I think that these gap closers shouldn't do damage is because if you get mad that Spine Shatter Dive is getting removed because you're losing a damage button, they could just give you I don't know, spiked butt technique, where you just smack the enemy with the backside of your spear as an OGCD, and you get 1 of them every 60 seconds. It's inspired by that guy of the spiked butt outside of Falcon's Nest. And rotationally, it wouldn't change a thing for you because you would still use that in bursts in your burst mode or burst sequence. In fact, it would actually be better because you wouldn't have the animation locking be longer. Exactly, a linebird of the spiked butt. And that's also fair, people. The thing is, I'm not, like, see, the thing is, I'm not a Dragoon main, but the key here is that, like, I'm not saying Dragoons should lose the damage on their gap closer. I'm not saying Gunbreakers should lose their damage on their gap closer. I'm saying Monk lost the damage on their gap closer and gained a massive amount of mobility. Like an absolutely astronomical amount of mobility because Thunderclap is now a gap closer that doesn't do damage, which means that you use it to gap close, so Monk can be anywhere they need to be in a fight. But Dragoon can't. Because Dragoon, a lot of the time, would be better served use Spine Shadow Dive, and then I guess you could use Elusive Jump. Does he have a hard time sitting? No, it's a spike on the butt of his spear. But that's the logic. That if there's no damage on the gap closer, then you won't use your gap closers for damage. It's the same kind of logic where I've been like, if you have the choice to spend a defensive resource for damage, then it means that that resource will be heavily viewed as a damage resource rather than a defensive resource. Not by everyone, but it is a possibility that that will happen. That doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with having some more OGCDs, but it does sound like, based on what they said they were changing about Dragoon, that the developers looked at Dragoon and said, okay, their burst is a little tight, like a little packed. We need to stamp it down a bit. And, like, as far as I know, I'm pretty sure that the Dragoon rotation, like, their burst is so packed that it's pretty commonly seen that you don't even stockpile 2 Spine Shadow Dives for the burst. You don't have time to use both of them. Well, that was a close match, but it does look like I'm playing ranged physical. If you want to join me for 5, 6, 7, 8, come over to me. I'll just do this. Yeah. Actually, maybe... Where's the step 2? That's not it. Hey Celestial Illusions, hope you're doing well. What's the step 2 called again? Blade Shower. And then we go with this one. And this one. You might be looking at this as say that doesn't make any sense. It kinda makes sense. Now the question is... Closed position... Well, maybe we'll land in a dungeon where I don't have closed position. Overlay died. No, give it a moment. See? Now the overlay takes a second sometimes, Rust. Is it just Rust? Do we not have a player 4? Just Rust and Cat? What will I do then? Do I have a player 4? If you want to join for 5, 6, 7, 8, come on over to me. We must construct additional players. You can join, really, if you want. I think Graham has joined twice. You just need some people. We will, however, also need both a tank and a healer. Me and how to get everything back in the right places. Yeah, Shaq, I highly, just for everyone, I highly recommend if you do like this, where you like remove your buttons, like take a picture or something of your hotbars before you do this. The reason why I can just unflinchingly just do this real quick is because when I'm done, I will just find like my own guides and copy my hotbars from my guide. So I don't need a picture because I have so many. Like I have like 60 pictures per second many times over of my hotbars. You can also save the character configuration. That's also true. You could also just like copy the character configuration and like put it in a different bit, like in a different folder. And yeah, I could also just check the VOD. Just rewind. I'm wondering if Fan Dance would be better. Fan Dance 2 would probably be better. 5% more damage on me and the DPS in the group. I can check. I can take closed position if that makes you very happy, Rust. We will have to enter the duty to see what we're actually going with, though. If you want to play with 6 buttons, there's always PvP. Well, Cat, there's actually way more buttons than 6 in most PvP jobs, so that's actually incorrect. Wrong. Although I get your joke. That could work, Bob. I think what we'll have to do is see what dungeon we get. Like, if we get a level 50 dungeon, it might make a big difference in what people are choosing. So we're going in first. Only use. Yeah. Just writing notes. I did watch them, Philippe. I also wrote some notes, but the thing is, the demonstration. Oh, level 70. That means my build works. I felt that it would be a lot easier for me to actually figure out how things work if I had some tooltips. So, like, I kinda gave up following too closely pretty early. I think both of them look really cool. I don't know which one I'm feeling more, but I don't know. They both look really, really cool. Is ultimately what matters, right? But if you did roulettes but no jobstones, that could be funny in its own right. And yeah, that's true. We will actually be able to showcase that thing I was talking about earlier. See Raelius going Holy Stone, Azai's Regen, Medicatsu, and Aflatus Solace. I mean, that's pretty balanced. Rust, Cat, do you have some builds? And yeah, I do realize that there's, of course, people from other regions that can't join us. It's appreciated that you would. Hopefully one day we will also have EU DC travel. So that we don't have to always go over to Materia to all be able to play together. Although you won't have a knockback immunity to show that it would ignore that. That's true, but we specifically are talking about how they could be colored, but that's of course after Stormblood that would be a feature that was added, although I'm pretty sure line ones don't work. How do data center travel? Again, I'm on light DC. I have a short that demonstrates how it's done, but basically you log out to character select, and then you right-click your name over on the right, and choose the appropriate option. See, slice, waxing slice, bloodstalk, wall of death, doom, spinning scythe, and guillotine. Right, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Interesting, no step 5 combo. And then we have Cat choosing Grit, Edge of Darkness, TBN, Unleash, Stalwart Soul, and Blood Spiller. That also makes sense. So the logic in my build is that you can choose, like, basically you can choose the finishers separate from the actual combo steps. And I guess I was like, well, the finishers that do more damage will be a lot more impactful when we get to bosses. So this is like the middle ground. Lose some AoE damage, gain some single target damage. And because I don't have any feathers, there's no need for me to actually go out of my way to spend the procs on AoE, if it's a DPS loss anyway. Plants! Such a weird song, this. I'm coming over! Apparently the plants are really slow. Ah, yes. Perfect. Blindness. Seeing the AoE and single target buttons in one combo like that looks so cursed. Yeah, it does. Reminds me of when I was playing Black Mage last time and I chose High Fire and High Blizzard, but also Fire 4. So like you switch state with the AoE option, because it's not that bad. It's kind of the same logic here. He thick. It's a big boy. Blap. A stack marker. Oh boy, there's also poison here. And cleave the room. Suddenly. And he's still breathing. That always catches people off guard. Oh, definitely, Girin. The funny thing is that under normal circumstance, you'd basically never do this. The only time where you'd actually perform a combo in this way is like you're doing your AoE combo and then the mobs die out, and then you just happen to do the step 3 and step 4 with single target because it makes sense in the moment. But under normal circumstances, you'd never do this. Like under average circumstance, you could almost say. But that is also an interesting thing regarding DC travel. I wonder what will happen once the materia test is over. You're careful keeping buttons on your hotbars you haven't chosen. You might just click them by habit. Imagine having an interrupt. Why specifically JP? Just to do Zatnor, Anime Freak? Do they have a lot of people doing that? Alriata callouts make so much. That is a really weird reason to go there. What is their callout? Is it the XOOX thing? Is that it? Because if that's it, I saw that on Materia when we did it on stream. Be the change you want to see in the world, Anime Freak. I'm pretty sure there's few enough people doing Dalriada in Zatnor that if you want that to be the norm, if you just do it often enough, then people will start to realize that your ways are better. You just have to start doing it. I feel like it's a little bit excessive to play a completely different language like that. Just for that small difference. I mean, I don't know what your region does. I have seen cases where people have been talking about how, like, I think I heard in NA, if you there are people that if you post like a boss macro, then some of them will actually go, I'm not reading that. Because that's just not how they do it there. But I've also heard that there are like EU players that prefer the prefer to not use macro pastes. So it's like there's always exceptions. But often what prevails is what the majority of players prefer. But I can see the benefits. I can see the benefits of calling safe side. If you say OXXO, for example. It's an excellent question, Yuraheen. You're supposed to... I would have said you're supposed to interrupt them, but they genuinely, they just wait 1 second, look at you like you're an idiot, and then they cast it again. It's go like, why? And then just cast again. Like, they actually have the reaction that I thought mobs would have when I read back in Stormblood, that all, like, basically any action that these days are read as an interrupt, basically just back then they said silence for 1 second, which, you know, if you think about it, I would have assumed that if I silence the enemy for 1 second, they would just fail to cast a spell, wait 1 second, and then try to cast again. Thank you, Ham. Indeed, everyone. Remember your Wondrous Tales books. Oh. Crisscross. Oh. That's what I get for a melee combo rotation. Yeah, exactly, Darth. That's kind of the idea, right? That if the gold standard of a region is one thing, and you then start to do a different thing because you like it better, depending on how deeply entrenched they are in that style, they will just go, nah, mate, and then just not do it. And it's hard to say, because I can also see benefits to the marker dance, as I've called it, in NA, because it means that if you've gone through the marker dance with a group, then you, if nothing else, you know for certain that that person who stood on exactly the marker that they're going to stand on, that they know where they are meant to stand, so like they can't suddenly go, oh, I didn't understand, because they just demonstrated that they absolutely know, right? So like there is some benefit to, like, it's less possibility of misunderstanding, whereas with like a macro paste, you don't know for certain if the person, when they say I want to be ranged 1, maybe when you then go to do the pull, you realize that they don't actually know where they're supposed to be. And yeah, you'd also see who's next to you and things like that. That's also true. You'd see how things would look in practice before you start. But there's a lot of ways to go about this. Like when I read a macro paste, I like choose my position. Like if I have a pair, like a pair stack that I have to be aware of, I will almost instantly check who's my partner and like put focus on them so that they stand out. If you pull the... Okay, you already know that. Never mind. Give them a bath! Once they're done being stunned, I guess. The reason why you give them a bath is that it removes the damage down buff they have. Anime Freak says it's not as helpful for those that have dyslexia. I have a hard time knowing my left from my right. I mean, that's not necessarily a dyslexia thing. My mom has had trouble for years and years with left and right. And it's just a case of haven't needed it. Like, wasn't a problem until driver's license. And yeah, macros are more prevalent in JP. I believe the general story arc is that it is said that the EU region does it JP style. Like, it might not even be the only thing, but often EU is just, well, they do it the same way as JP for some reason. I don't know why, it's just that we do. Don't remember the tactics here. You don't want to get hit by the splashies, and there is a ball that I can make sure to deal with. When you have the spread markers, make sure you don't, like, it's mud, you don't want it to land on the platforms. So you want to stand on a platform for this. And the spread markers that come later, you don't want to stand on the safe spots for. So, like, basically, now you move away. I don't know how much of your goop has to hit it for it to be a problem, but it basically blocks off the spot for a while if you do. I believe you give them a bath because they're stinky. I mean, a bit of both. Meiwako? I don't know what that is. I'm guessing it's like a thing in JP. We really want to make sure that the mud slime stays on that platform, by the way. Full feathers is cursed. Yeah. It's basically the gold standard of this kind of challenge is you need a few buttons before you're going to choose something that spends a resource. I guess. Unless you're like a tank. Like smash cut to basically all the tanks going, I want burst strike or fell cleave. Cultural term for being bothersome. Yeah, that sounds about right with like what I remember. Like that's also like I made a whole video talking about things like cultural differences between regions, and specifically a problem when comparing the JP region with other regions is that it's a lot more normal in the JP region to be like specifically making sure that you're prepared before you queue for stuff. Because probably of that idea of Meiwako. It also makes you... oh, look! Verdant Partition, everyone! Congratulations, Catch! Good luck with your therapy appointment, Yumia. Spamming AoE on bosses feels up. It does feel very awkward. And the problem is that you're choosing between doing that or not having your AoE when you need it. Right. We have 2 rolls left. We could also do this. Phew. Just figuring out what role I'm playing first. But that is exactly it. That was actually something like in the video where I talked about the potential problems of worldwide data center travel. And by the way, just saying it here again, I made the video talking about the potential problems of worldwide data center travel. And then like days after, as far as I remember, the test thing with Materia got announced. Something like that. And there I talked about like cultural differences, and cultural differences include how NA versus EU, like basically if you had a person from EU go over to NA and Savage Raid, the EU player would very likely, if they didn't think about the part that they're in NA now, and that's not how they do things, they would probably just paste a macro and then be told that they're an idiot, potentially. Whereas an NA player coming over to EU might, you know, put up markers, choose your clock positions, and everyone's like, what are you doing? Like, someone else in the group pastes a macro and go, can't we just do this? Please? Like, that's just one thing. And then there's the thing, like, with Duty Finder and Party Finder that JP uses. And there's also the language barrier. And it's actually a big enough problem in the JP region that there's like one data center in the JP region that is like known to be the English-speaking data center, and there has been like cases where there's been like party finder groups that has been like, no one from this data center allowed, because people will just join and act like they understand, and then after they've wiped like 3 times because John English over there didn't actually understand what they were being told, they just said, hi, Wakarimashita, and hoped it would work out. And they get tired of it. Jules says, heard someone got a mandatory vacate from the game for calling someone a common word after the materia travel got added. Oh yeah, I do remember that. I believe I read something, a case of a C word that is extremely normal to use in conversation in Australia. But if you call someone that in America... Ooh. Yeah, I do remember that. And that's, I also found ridiculous. That I also found ridiculous. I've generally been of the opinion that when we're visiting over on Materia, we're trying to be polite, right? Be considerate. That's also what I've, like, when we did the Yokai Watch event, I initially started staying on Chaos because I had heard, like, rumors that the Materia DC was basically getting swarmed with people, so it was like actually worse there for some reason. So I was like, we'll just stay away, because that's a considerate thing to do. We didn't move over to Materia until someone, I believe it was Vince, went out over and scouted and saw there's basically no one here. It's be considerate for the most part. I would also say that if we're doing, like, for example, if we were to do Labyrinth of the Ancients, if we're doing it on Chaos, then I'm tanking, like if I'm one of the tanks, I will, as I always do, try to make the dragon stay in the center. I'll try to. Because it works. I find it easier that way. But if I'm over in materia, then if I'm the tank, I will do whatever the 2 other tanks want. Presumably, assuming they're from materia, then they should make the call how they want to do it. I'm the visitor. But not everyone thinks like that. And I do realize when we were doing Alliance Raid Roulette over on Materia once, we kind of had a slightly different experience. That's when I realized that I want to do it like that. Because I felt bad. Genuinely like that, I felt bad about that. Right, looks like I'm going mage. Let's go red mage this time. Last time I believe I didn't go red mage specifically because we had already had red mage at least once from someone else. So I can't remember if we actually had 2 red mages already by that point. So I was like, I mean, it's just red mage in every group, could you imagine? By the way, if you want to join me for leveling roulette, come on over. So that come on over to me so that I know who wants to join. Yeah, scatter and thunder and arrow, and then I have an extra one. I'm feeling an OGCD. I feel flesh. Yeah, I feel flesh. Yeah, that doesn't sound wrong at all, Kai. Not at all. Like this, something like this, I guess. See, how many are we? Well, we have a full new group, so I think that's what we will do. And swoop. Jolt but 6 times on your hotbar. Right. I guess we will just go in, see what we have. Given that we're full level 90, we're probably getting like a high level duty. Wouldn't Contra 6 be better? I feel like my AoE damage is fine. So I think I'll trade the slight loss on AoE DPS for extra single target damage. But you have a point, Cranberry. Right then. Not much to change here. So we just need the team to find your builds. Once you have your actions in order, let me know. Let's see, Bob is going with, and Bob is not good, very bad. Wall of Death, Spinning Scythe, Nightmare Scythe, Soul Scythe, Soul Slice, and Bloodstalk. Fair enough. Yeah. Red Mage is very unfair in this challenge, by the way. With 4 buttons, Red Mage is still functional. Like, you have a functional melee combo. Like, the whole thing with 4 buttons. It's very broken. Celeste is going with Unleash, Flood. Unleash, Flood of Shadow, Grit, Quietus, Shadow Wall, and TPN. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You sure you don't want to bring Stalwart Soul? Fair enough. That's your choice. Actually, I'm going to say you should probably change something, Celeste, because you can't use Quietus with your build. At all. Are you sure? You can't generate Blood Gauge. What would Summoner bring for this? Based on the build that Bob brought earlier, you could do something like that. Shaq, do you have a build? And Celeste, let me know if you what you'd like to change. If you'd like to change. Jack says Glare, As-Eyes, Holy, Afflatus Rapture, Cure 2, and Lucid Dreaming. That also works. Celeste says replace Quietus with Stalwart Soul. So we have me with this. Shaq with Glare, As-Eyes, Holy, Rapture, Cure 2, and Lucid Dreaming. Celeste with Unleash, Flood, Grit, Stalwart Soul, Shadow Wall, and TPN. And Bob with Wall of Death, Spinning Scythe, Nightmare Scythe, Soul Scythe, Soul Slice, and Bloodstalk.
All seems in order with the lens, and I trust you can hear me. Those things are pure malcontent, the residue of lives unfulfilled.
Zav. Oh yeah, by the way, hey Zav, I did see you earlier. I hope you're doing well. YouTube takes longer to process my Hellblade VOD than it took me to finish the game. Huh. Well, sometimes YouTube just like gets confused and is left hanging. I have had cases where just I said that it just kept rendering and doing stuff forever, essentially. So like to the point where it just like took down the video and re-uploaded it, and then it resolved in like under 30 minutes. So sometimes YouTube gets really whack like that. Yeah, also, hey, Fat Man. Hope you're doing well. I think personally that you don't have very many options as a summoner, because I mean you could switch Astral Flow and Enkindle Bahamut for like one summon and Gemshine. You could do that, but I don't think you'd actually do more damage than that. Like, I'm pretty sure that it would be fine to just, like, you would gain more from having, like, just using Tri-Disaster when you don't have anything else. And then just having Enkindle and Death Flare, weirdly. Because Death Flare is pretty close to the potency of of summoning an actual primal. And then you could say, but Phoenix, yeah, I guess. You could choose, like, summon Titan or something and just use Try Disaster because you don't have Gem Shine. Like, that's also a way you could go about it. Also, hey, Caetsu. I'm glad to hear that. Does that mean you got your power back? An electric boom. Sonic boom. Sonic boom. Sonic boom. No, not that kind. Electro boom. Phew. This is such a weird pull. Did you know... Oh, I had dual cast, I completely forgot. Did you know that this is apparently, like the thing where he summons ads is triggered by an HP threshold? It becomes really obvious when you're soloing it, and it takes 30 years to get to this part. Because it's just like, well, I haven't reached the HP yet. Mm-hmm. He's very old school. Where he doesn't do stuff until he's like lost 5% HP. Just like Shiva Extreme, by the way. What a great single target GCD spell. It's also a good song. Sonic Boom! Got shocked only twice. In the end managed to fix poorly made cables. Bye-bye. Oh. Well, I'm glad to hear that it sounds like you got it fixed, at least. It's insanely good. Red Mage on 6 buttons. I could imagine. Not 100% positive on that, but it wouldn't completely shock me if they gave the opportunity to stack the Red Mage melee combo into a single button. Although a somewhat mediocre Pokemon move. I mean, if you're low level, it's insane. If you're just slightly higher level, it's garbage. Like, I feel like the sweet spot where Sonic Boom is good without being completely busted is like around level 20s. Weirdly, doing a fixed 20 damage is really good up until that point. Could be worse, it could be Dragon Rage. Yes, that counts, Perrin. Just like, are you seeing me? Are you seeing me raising any flags about my buttons turning into the melee combo? The thing that you're choosing is the action, and whatever it changes into is legal. That is a fair game. You tried to click summon Bahamut, but then Phoenix got summoned instead. So that's allowed. So that should be part of your planning, part of your strategy, that you choose very efficient buttons that do multiple things. The unfortunate reality of Summoner is simply that you need slightly more buttons to get anywhere. Like, if Summoner was given 10 buttons, then we would be getting somewhere where you could be like, summon Carbuncle, summon Bahamut, Ruin and Try Disaster, Gem Shine and Precious Brilliance. All 3 summons, right? Like, you start to get somewhere. And yeah, see, the reason why, Perrin, the reason why... Let's see, 1, 2, 3... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, the reason why I didn't lean so much on that is specifically because Topaz Right and Topaz Catastrophe on their own, not that good. Like, they're just barely better than Ruin 3. Like, just by a little bit. They kind of need Astral Flow to work. So if you were to take that, you'd probably also choose Astral Flow, which means you take Death Flare and Mountain Buster. I almost ran out of MP.
Will guide you.
But that is also a way you could do it.
Ether is too dense. Ah, I'm losing you.
I could, however, very strongly imagine that if you're choosing a summon other than Bahamut and Kabi, you're probably choosing Astral Flow long before you're choosing Enkindle. Simply because it does multiple things. And while, yes, Enkindle is really, really strong, Death Flare is also really strong. I could imagine that Enkindle might be so strong that it's better than 2 other buttons. But that's just my, like, intuition that I would probably choose the one that gives me more things. I could also imagine that Summoner would be one of the jobs that weirdly would work a lot better in a trial or a raid where you are guaranteed you're fighting one thing. So you can just, you know, forego... Shaq? Didn't want the damage buff? Because that way you can just go with just the single target versions. And the key is that if you're choosing something like Precious Brilliance, you're of course choosing a button that doesn't do anything for a large amount of your time, of your rotation. Which is the reason why I leaned so heavily towards grabbing both Ruin and Tri-Disaster, because then you at least have a functional rotation for both single target and AoE for your downtime, and your downtime is very long. And that's a good point, Ruby Chandler. That you might not notice. I suppose this is close enough that the thing that would probably tip you off that I'm doing something weird is that I'm using Moulinet on single target. And that I get procs for the Fire and the Stone, but never use them. And on AoE, I'm using Jolt. And Jolt has a very distinct sound. It's very hard to miss. Like, extremely hard to miss. Like, you hear that sound, that's Jolt. So it's particularly obvious when the red mage is just spamming Jolt, for example. Because then you hear the bell ring twice. And you're also missing the other sounds of the red mage rotation, of course. But yeah, that's the interesting thing. I just want to just to say, Perrin, I'm not saying your strategy will not work because I have this better one. I'm just saying why I would do it differently. That's the interesting thing with going, what if you only had 6 buttons, or 5 buttons, or 7 buttons, or whatever, is different people prioritize different things. Like, for example, I looked at the tanks and I genuinely didn't feel confident choosing Dark Knight for a dungeon because I looked at it and went, I don't have space for an extra cooldown. And I don't have space for an extra defensive cooldown, and I don't feel confident in playing Dark Knight without an extra defensive cooldown for the most part. Which is why I went, well, Paladin is probably fine. Warrior is probably fine. Even Gunbreak I would probably be fine with. But Dark Knight I was like, probably not. So I haven't tried that yet in a dungeon setting. I have done Dark Knight on when we got Dark Inside. With 5 buttons. That is, by the way, also part of the reason why I didn't feel very confident in making a stream where we say only 4 buttons. Because I don't think you can beat a trial like Dark Inside with only 4 buttons. But we could with 5, so there was a way forward. Don't recognize any red mage sounds other than the last 2 hits of the combo. Oh yeah, this sound. And the... Those are also very iconic, but specifically if you've seen a red mage that spams Jolt a bit too much, you'll very quickly get acquainted. Makes a very distinct noise. It almost sounds like an error message. But yeah, I don't think it would be possible. Well, watch me say that, and then Cat Damon rounds up 7 people to run it with 4 actions each just to prove me wrong, right? I don't think it's very come one, come all friendly to run 4 buttons per player, because if we get a trial that is too hard for that, then we're just stuck. Yeah, exactly, Zav. So spells like that where it kind of stands out, although I feel like Cure 1 sounds closely similarly enough to Cure 2 that it's hard to tell. But I can say that You've Creation Prognosis... Anyone know the sound of You've Creation Prognosis? You get very, very well acquainted when you do a dungeon and you have a sage that thinks that that they've reinvented the wheel. They found the best strategy in the game. Just spam Inflation Prognosis. Before that mental roulette video, I was like, oh yeah, You've Creation Prognosis is one of the most satisfying sounds in the game. After that particular mental roulette video, I was a bit like, I could probably come up with something better. I could probably come up with something that I would find less problematic to hear endlessly. Hey Tape, hope you're doing well. Fair enough, Cat. It would have been kind of funny though. And what motivates the internet if not that? This guy said that this thing is impossible. Let's prove him wrong. Tilting on the verge of a food coma. Well, that doesn't sound like the worst problem to have. Any 7 here to 4 button dark inside. I wonder what you would bring. It wouldn't surprise me if you went like extra healers. Just so you had more like options to spam through the stack markers. I could even imagine with 4 buttons that you might just have like a healer that doesn't pick an attack button. Like straight up just healing spells and abilities. Whoa, people on the internet said things. I hate that. Yep. That's also the internet in a nutshell, isn't it? He said a thing I disagree with. He's the worst person on the planet. Yeah, I don't know what kind of healer you would do that with. Ironically, I'm feeling like maybe a Sage would be good for that. Because then you would have like space to bring Panheimer and Karakoli. And like something like, I don't know, Physis? And maybe just Prognosis. You just have like one AoE heal bot. And you're just like, you're just slapping the boss for the rest of the time. Just smacking them around. I recall the particular problem we were faced with was basically just the multi-stack marker, nothing else. Like the rest was manageable. I just, you know, fighting through it. Scholar from max auto attack DPS. Yeah, that could also work. What 4 things? What 4 things would you bring then? Like Sacred Soil, probably. Soccer? And you would need to bring Etherflow. That's kind of the awkward part, is that you would be forced to bring Etherflow to get Sacred Soil. Bruh. Yeah, I would probably, like, exactly, Ruby Chandler, I would probably bring... The reason why I wouldn't bring Eucratian Diagnosis... Well, I mean, you would bring Eucrasia. Like, you're not... You can't bring Eucratian Diagnosis, you can bring Eucrasia and then Prognosis, for example. So you, like, I guess you would bring Eucrasia, Prognosis... Kara, and then a 2-minute cooldown, and I imagine Panheimer would be the better of them, because the problem is a big multi-stack marker. Summon, Whispering Dawn, Lucid Dreaming, and Soccer. Why Lucid? Really? Just to spam Soccer? Is that optimal? I want, like, is that the best we can do? I guess for dealing with the multi-stack marker, a very dedicated solution, but I can see how it makes sense. I can see it, yeah. I guess you could just have a different scholar, if you had multiple, be the one that has Sacred Soil if you really need it. Or just have a Sage with Karakoli because it's less expensive. Like, it doesn't cost 2 buttons. You'd probably also have like a red mage with the raise. Like if any job in such a fight were to bring like a raise button, it would probably be the red mage because they don't have to choose swift cast on top. Yeah, that's exactly that. That's like the typical problem I've seen with choosing Scholar in this challenge, is that Scholar is who was it that mentioned earlier a challenge where you only could choose a number of spells where the total level of the spells like added up to a certain level, like so that, for example, you could only have a combined amount of spells that where their level requirements added up to 50, for example, where some jobs would just not work because some of them like crucial buttons are learned at level 50 or 60 or 70 or just a little late, where others would be really, really good because like they might have some traits that are basically like, well, I didn't choose them, they just came for free, right? I'm actually going to run out of MP before the boss dies. That's pretty funny. It's not much I can do, I think. Well, I guess just spamming double jolt is the more MP efficient rotation. More potency per MP. Hey Margie, hope you're doing well. Yeah, what I meant was like, in the same way that like maximum of a certain like combined level challenge would be really unfair to some jobs, this challenge that we're doing here is extremely unfair to certain jobs simply because like some of them require a lot of buttons to function. Like just out the box. They just require a lot of buttons. And yep, we've reached It's okay, guys. I have melee. I can just spam melee. I'm not completely useless. I still do damage, technically. This does qualify as damage. Does a super ether count as a hotbar button? I think we came to the conclusion that you're technically allowed to use items from your inventory. Like if you open your inventory and like right click use, you're allowed to do that. But if you didn't need to do it, it's kind of like you can, but you didn't do as well as someone who didn't use it, right? So it's like no, but kinda yes, if that makes sense. As in, if you used a potion, like while we're doing this, I would probably not notice. And if I did, I would just be like, oh, you used a potion. But it's not illegal. It's like one of the exceptions where it's like, well, some people use their items on the inventory anyway, so it wouldn't require a button by some logic. Like in the same logic that, well, a lot of people don't have, like most people don't use a hotbar button to jump and things like that. But it is a little bit like in a gray area where I would say don't use a super ether unless you have to. That's also the reason why I didn't use one here. So what you're saying is tincture are valid and allowed. I'm saying that tinctures are allowed, but you're still the person who used an item. If I unbind was, do I get more buttons to play with? Nope. By that logic, does that mean I can use all my actions as long as I click them in the actions and traits menu? Nope. basically, we're kind of putting like this, there's exceptions, right? But the kind of reason why I'm saying that items are, in parentheses, allowed, in quotes, is because, I mean, I think it's fine to eat a food buff if you so desire. I think it's fine to use a healing potion if you so desire. But you don't see me do it. So it's like a case of it leaves wiggle room if for some reason we need it, right? All I'm saying is that jolt spam could have been int optimized. No, Ruby, what you're saying is, well, you could have... basically, what I'm saying is that if you want to 100% your 6-button challenge, then you have to not use tinctures. It's like... it's like when you beat the dungeon at the end, you get like a hypothetical achievement of also didn't use potion. That's the idea. And part of the reason why I also don't say anything about food buff is because some people would like to have, you know, the XP bonus when we do less than level 90 content. But yeah, no, the reasoning is simply like with some exceptions. Like it's just there so that we can, so that there is somewhere to stretch. But I will, like, basically, if you so desire, knock yourself out, use tinctures. However, I do ask that you use it from the inventory. But I'm not doing it. Not unless I'm forced to somehow. If that explains it in any way. Then yeah, exactly, Rust. It's about having a food buff for the XP. No race, people messing up mechanics die, deal with it. Yeah, the reason why I think it might be a good idea to bring a race for the Dark Inside is simply because with a balanced team, this multi-stack marker will do so much damage that if you're 8, you can probably do it consistently if you can do it. But with 7 alive, you might no longer be able to. Anyway, now we're moving on to the 8-man content. We have a few. I do realize we've actually been taking a lot of time between duties, so I don't think we're doing MSQ roulette. But we're starting with trials. So if you would like to join me for Trials Roulette, come over to me. I'll move over here. I hope we can get 8. Because it looks like we're a bit fewer this week. Or this time. It looks like we're exactly 8. We're 9. Do we have anyone that wants to that can sit out for Tay to get around? Or would Tay rather sit and watch? Looks like Tay backed out then. Fair enough. We're just enough. And then we have 1 or 2 waiting in the wings. Right. Fair enough, Tay. So we're doing Trials Roulette. We don't know what we're going to get. So it's probably good that we have 2 healers, 2 tanks, and 4 DPS. I didn't play melee yet, so I will play melee. Let me find my build here. That build was made for a dungeon run. It probably kinda still works, right? I'm sure it'll be fine. Whoops. Keep forgetting that I locked my buttons. The return of Midare Samurai, but just slightly stupider. What is your blessing and curse, Vince? Did you get something that is really easy but it never pops? Oh yeah, and my rotation would work at level 50, so I have nothing to worry about. Rust, I have to ask, wouldn't it make more sense to bring Demolish instead of Snap Punch? That's something I haven't fully unlocked. Oh. I take Meikyo over Hakase. The reason why I'm doing that is because the choice here is it better to do this, Midare, or do this when the buffs come up, and then bam, bam, Midare, and then just scuffed Iceman rotation until you need to do it again? I'm not entirely sure. I have a feeling that scuffed Iceman while buffs last is the smarter way. Maybe load in before choosing skills so everyone knows the level. That is true, Cole. The only reason why I chose was because this is level 50. Like, my build works. I was mainly just giving a chance for people to choose their jobs, and some people might want to make some choices. Rust, the reason why I thought that Demolish would be smarter than Snap Punch is because if you have Bootshine, Dragon Kick, Twin Snakes, and Demolish, you have the skeleton of the Dragon Kick rotation. You just spam Dragon Kick until you need to reapply Twin Snakes, and then you go Twin Snakes, Demolish, and if you have Leaden Fist, you do Bootshine, and if you don't, you use Dragon Kick, and you just mash Dragon Kick. And then you just use Masterful Blitz. Or you use Perfect Balance and Masterful Blitz as needed. So that was the... Yeah, basically the Dragon Kick rotation is functional, but I need to hear from you. Demolish seems like 240 points for Demolish. Demolish is 130 plus 6 times 70 for the dot. It's actually a lot bigger. Alright, let's see what we get. Ramu. Hard. Going to be Ramu hard. Elimination. Don't pull. Now we can figure out... Now everyone can figure out their builds. Oh, could you imagine if we got Azura? that would have been something. I'm still... maybe I missed them. But I'm still waiting for builds from Shaq, Cat, Greyhame, and Celeste. Graham feeling so confident that they have chosen tank stance just in case, but will not use it unless they need it. Celeste, you asked about advice, so I can say basically everyone that has chosen Machinist has chosen Hypercharge, Heat Blast, and like Gauss Round and Ricochet. But on single target, you probably don't have that space. But I would probably still choose Hypercharge and Heat Blast. But your build is also a solution. Like, yours actually makes use of everything. Graham, can you actually return to the start, or do you need to get rest? Well, everyone, let's jump off. Let's restart. Come on. We don't have that kind of time to wait for Graham's weakness debuff. Right, so going over the builds. And I'm going to ask one last time, because I didn't see Rust actually mention that they changed their build, so that you still have Snap Punch according to my notes, Rust. So I'm going to go over everyone else, and then you have a chance to change it if you wanted to change it or you meant to change it. I'm going with Hakase, Yukikase, Fuga, Mangetsu, Oka, and the Aijutsu. Cat is going with Heavy Swing, Maim, Storms, Ice, Storms, Path, Fell, Cleave, and Provoke, so the off-tank style. Graham is going with Lightning Shot, Aurora, Heart of Stone, Rampart, Nebula, and Royal Guard. That's hilarious. Shaq is going with Stone, Azice, Asylum, Afflatus Solace, M2, Medica 2, Divine Benison. Ray is going with Draw, Play, Aspected Benefic, Earthly Star, Essential Dignity, and Malefic. Celeste is going with Split Slot, Split Shot, Slug Shot, Clean Shot, Drill, Gauss Round, and Auto Turret. And Bob is going with Jolt, Thunder, Aero, Flash, Lucid Dreaming, and Zwerchau. And Rust is going with Bootshine, Dragon Kick, Twin Snakes, Demolish, Masterful Blitz, and Perfect Balance. So basically, the classic Dragon Kick rotation with just enough to also have a burst. Now we're ready. Hey Matsuro, hope you're doing well. Wait, does Graham only have Lightning Shot for damage? It seems so, yes. It seems to be the case. Oh, right. For some reason my brain was like, well, normally 4 is your AoE attack, so press 4. And it did not work. Alright, Lakshmi, are you ready for this? Hey, take this! Blam! And now take this! Blam! Uh-oh, uh-oh. Oh dear. I guess I'll just... Hey, Rost! Just both melee DPS like... Guess I'll just stand here. I have a card buff! Cursed full resource bar. Cursed wasting Zen. I did not mean to do that. And yes, you can. You are allowed to use your bonus button. You are allowed to use the bonus number 7. That is true. That is okay. This is how my samurais play in Party Fighter. Ugh. Almost, I think every single time I've gotten Lakshmi, like randomly.
I shall free you from your hate.
Basically every single time. There is someone in the group that just doesn't get how the fight works. And you can scream about use your bonus action as much as you want. They're not reading. So they just go... Basically, like, just goofy scream every time this mechanic happens, just flies off. That was extremely inconvenient timing that I said that. Did I make that happen, Ray? Did I jinx it by calling attention to it? So, did anyone bring a res? I'm guessing no. Well. Dun 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 dun. Well, it isn't a real Lakshmi run without someone doing that. Ray Girian says, I thought you were going to say every time I get this fight, randomly someone makes a joke about that specific mechanic. Oh yeah, probably that too. You know, the classic Boba.
Your souls are stained.
The way the fight works, Thomas, is every time Lakshmi puts out orbs on the field, you click button and run into an orb. That's it. That's the fight. That's all there is to it. She puts out orbs, eat orb, like use button, grab new orb. That's it. And then just don't stand on the edge. If you do that, you will be fine. On Extreme, the difference is that she specifically does not feed you orbs. Like, you have a limited amount of orbs, so if you use them at the wrong time, you will not have orbs. How are you choosing whether or not to build Senpai Midare? I'm looking at my buffs. I've deemed that it is not worth it to do 2 AoE combos just for Midare. I can't remember if it is worth it, but I do remember doing the math on Iceman Samurai, which is basically like, ow, half of the rotation that I'm running right now, as is. I'm missing the Kenki dump, which in retrospect would probably have been the smarter way to do it. Do you mean in extreme, Aradel? Or do you mean here? But yeah, Iceman Samurai, for those that don't know, is a really weird, like, Dragon Kick Monk-esque rotation where you just do Hakase, Yukikase, Hagakure, and then just spend Zen as you get it.
To bliss.
And it's obviously not as good as a proper rotation under most circumstances. But it is close enough that if you're in a position where the fight is like wrapping up, you don't have time to build to a full Midare Setsugeka anyway, then Iceman might give you a very, very small damage gain, but the boss is probably going to die anyway, or, you know, Harden Ray is going to happen anyway. And yeah, exactly, Toss. Your monks will probably not be, like, the thing is, they're not going to lose Dragon Kick rotation. The reason why Dragon Kick rotation exists as it does is because it is a rotation that is strong enough that there is an argument to be made that under the right circumstances, it is better than a proper rotation, but only during filler. So basically the way that it functions is entire, like the reason why people say, well, I mean, Dragon Kick kind of works, is because it is close enough in strength to a proper filler rotation. Yes, I'm specifically saying filler, not burst. Burst, Dragon Kick also does the same as a proper rotation. Otherwise, it can't stand a chance. Not even close. Is because it does like some, like, depending on a lot of factors, it can do somewhere between 90 to 97, I believe, % of the damage of a proper rotation. Something in that ballpark. And if you're lucky enough, the Dragon Kick rotation can actually do more damage than a proper rotation. The problem is that basically, to do that, you have to be so lucky that you grab a 4-sided die, right? A d4, and you just repeatedly roll 4s. Just 4, 4, 4, 4, 4. And to beat the regular rotation from my estimates, you need to at least roll a 4 more than 2 times out of 3. Which is a lot. So that's the reason. Like, if you roll 10 die, you should get like somewhere around 7 of them to be 4s or 1s or whatever. Like, choose whichever one number, but you have to like roll the same number, and that's really, really unlikely with a with a d4. Iceman does not have that kind of advantage. It's just that its damage is more flat, so it can almost keep up with proper rotation. It's just that Midare Setsugeka's guaranteed crits makes it like that's what pulls ahead. Because if I remember correctly, when I made the estimates, I actually have a video where I talk about both of them. Iceman outruns a proper rotation in like raw potency alone, but not by much. And Midare Setsugeka does guaranteed crits, which just makes it like go like Iceman is over here running ahead, and then every time Midare Setsugeka comes up, it just goes vroom, vroom. So like ultimately Iceman is another meme rotation, but in the right circumstances. That's also something with you may have heard of the Infinite Paradox rotation from Black Mages. That's also one that has survived or become meme status because it's close enough to a proper rotation that it kinda works. And situationally, you might want to do it momentarily. Maybe. Potentially. Probably not. But it almost works. Which is, again, that's the reason why when you talk about Ice Mage, we're like, obviously that doesn't work. Then we talk about Infinite Paradox, and we're like, I mean... You talk about, like, no, a monk only using Boot Shine. That doesn't work. But Dragon Kick? Maybe. Like, that's the kind of silliness that we're dealing with, which is what I mean by maybe. Like, Dragon Kick Monk will still quote unquote exist in Dawntrail. It's just that we don't know how big of a difference there will be, but I could imagine that it will be so much weaker that it will no longer be something where you'd be like, it kinda works. It's just, it doesn't work. Welcome back, Emia. We're about to do normal raids. I think... I mean, we have a spot. If you want to join. Yes. I got the impression Tay was fine with specifically sitting out, so yeah, you can. And for those that don't know how, like, why we are so confident. Fair enough, Rust. Enjoy your evening as well. The reason why a lot of us are so confident that that Dragon Kick Monk will no longer work is simply because what we've been told about how Monk works in Dawntrail is that... Now, I don't know if this is something they're making on everything. It's... Yeah, I don't know, like, there might be some people in the chat that are like, I don't want to hear it. It's just, it's a little hard to talk about game changes if we can't, right? But from what I understand, they're making it so that Dragon Kick, instead of what it is doing now, makes your next Boot Shine do more damage. That's already what it does. Twin Snakes, instead of what it does now, will make your 2 next True Strikes do more damage. And Demolish, instead of what it does now, will make your 3 next Snap Punches do more damage. Like, unless Dragon Kick just for some reason still has the highest potency of all your G-Cities, I can't possibly imagine how Dragon Kick Monk will survive that, right? Like, the whole point is that Dragon Kick is so good, the only things you'd use other than Dragon Kick is Twin Snakes and Demolish. Right, well, looks like we already have healers and tanks covered. What should I finish with? Let's, do Jank Summoner. Right, the lock. We could land in a lot of places, so I'm not actually sure what I want. Whoops, I absolutely want that. Yeah, kind of, Bad Angel. I think someone wrote it out. Just assuming that that's the only change is the stuff that I just said. The rotation changes from an 18-step looping rotation to a 24-step looping rotation because the step 1 is A, B, A, B, A, B, where step 2 is A, B, B, A, B, B, A, B, B, and step 3 change. Basically, step 2 is changed from A, B, A, B, A, B to A, B, B, and step 3 is changed from A, B, B, A, B, B to A, B, 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 A, B, B, B. So it makes it like around 6 GCDs longer before you loop back around. But it's basically the same. And instead of looking for buffs and counting durations, you just look at a job gauge and count, do I have dots in my job gauge for this step? Yes, then True Strike, for example. No Twin Snakes. It's a lot simpler, but it's ultimately you're doing the same thing. Let's see what we get. Because I can't imagine some people are like, I don't know what to pick because I don't know where we're landing. And I'm also feeling that. Okay, so level 60, everyone. Actually... this could almost work. Actually, it gets even stupider than that. I think... honestly... really, really dumb. It's insanely dumb. But it's... there's no point. Like, the Emerald and Topaz runes are damage neutral. They don't do more damage than rune 3. Right, once you have your builds in order... I think I've come up with the stupidest rotation yet. Like, actually, genuinely. Or maybe someone else has brought something dumber. Wait. Are you serious, Graham? Well, I am going to read that. Ymio's bringing defensive cooldowns for the raid. This raid does have ad packs. Sure. Someone else will have to figure that out. Let's see, who am I missing? Celeste on Dark Knight and Shaq on White Mage. No, Shaq already posted. They actually were quick on that. And by the way, the reason why I write all this down is also partly because some people want to know what the builds were at the end. So I paste this in the Discord and things like that for those curious. Right, so we have me using Ruined, Redworm Trance, Astral Flow, Energy Drain, Festa, and Summon Kabe. Bob using Jolt, Thunder, Arrow, Flesh, Contra 6, and Svershaw, which works, yes. Although you can't do much with it. You might prefer a pause, but it's fine. It's a little chaotic anyway. And like, it doesn't lead to the magic burst at level 60. Graham goes with Tenchi, Kasatsu, Ninjutsu, Dream Within a Dream, and Horizon, originally Mandeville Dance. Ymia goes with 1, 2, 3, Shadow of Death, Bloodstalk and Feint. Ray goes with Draw, Play, Divination, Malefic, Benefic, and Aspected Helios. Cat goes with Fast Blade, Riot Blade, Royal Authority, Fight or Flight, Circle of Scorn, and Provoke. Celeste goes with Hard Slash, Siphon Strike, Soul Eater, Grit, Edge of Darkness, and Shadow Wall. And Shaq goes with Stone, Azai's Asylum, Solace, Medica 2, and Presence of Mind. And yeah, for those going Zwerchau, like, if you have the Magic Burst, then you can just Zwerchau 3 times, and then you can use the Holy of a Flare and just move on. But at level 60, you don't have that? Riposte instead of Zwerchau. Fair enough. Now I'm guessing we're ready. Yeah, it takes a little bit to get these runs underway because we want to be sure that everyone has a build, right? Yeah, it's like we're back in Tastasha. DPS are just here as a formality. Yeah, in a way. I guess that part of the reason why the DPS are here is because due to all the jank we're dealing with, there's a genuine possibility that healers might run out of stuff and tanks might run out of stuff. So the DPS are needed to kill the mobs fast enough. Oh. Well. Wah, wah. Those mobs could have had a little bit more HP. That would have been pretty funny to see him. Just a ninja, just auto-attacking, maybe. And then whenever they have ninjutsus, they just go Naruto style, and once they're finished with that, they just dance. What is quite weird with Summoner is that, come to think of it, in low-level content, you probably don't really care about Gemshine that much. Like, it's only Ruby Ruin that is a genuine DPS gain. Topaz Ruin is only a DPS gain because it's an instant version of regular Ruin. And Emerald Ruin, depending on your spell speed, could straight up be a DPS loss. Look, I'm doing damage! I'm doing lots of damage! I'm powerful! Right, so that was me, everyone. Anyone else brought damage for the rest of a minute? Well, maybe we don't need it. Do you need Kabi at this level for the buttons you're using, I mean? Yes, you can't actually use Dreadworm Trance without Kabi. Like, as in, it doesn't work if Kabi isn't out. So, yes. Like, if you're a summoner and you don't have Kabi out, the only things you can use is Ruin, Energy Drain, and Fester. And Pain Flare, and Tridisaster, right? Like, basically, only the basic stuff. Everything else is locked behind having Kabi. So I would just run out of things to pick, otherwise. That's the major weakness of Summoner in this whole challenge, is that you're just like one button short right out the gate. But then, once you've gotten over that initial stopgap, you're pretty good. Like, every single button that Summoner has, most of them are super efficient. The problem is that you need, like, you know, 8 or 9, maybe even 10 buttons to get all of the good stuff. Ah, yes. A ball. It's an orb. Look, everyone. It's the orb. And it's gone. The orb has left us. Get the orb! Just get run over. Return of orb! Good luck in there. Oh, you're done. We didn't have time to ponder it. Jules, rule 1 of this challenge is no macros. Rule 1 is no macros. Exactly because of a reason like that. You can't bring multiple buttons in one, like that. No macros. Yeah, I usually introduce the rules at the start of the stream, and then, like, we only talk about them if it comes up, because there's a few. But that is exactly, like, you can probably see why we have that rule. Because it would be, like, if you could have macros, then obviously you would just have one button be, like, all of your... like OGCDs, like all of your damage OGCDs, and just use that whenever you have a spot. And then you could bring like 6 buttons and things. Like it would very quickly be a little dull if you were allowed to do that. Hey Kokochuibo, hope you're doing well. Like, when we initially talked about the idea of a challenge like this, before we'd even done the 5-button challenge, which we did last time, before we had even tried, someone was like, what if I just use a macro with all of my actions in it? So I kind of saw it coming. You could do most of it. Yeah, exactly. You could basically just have a macro be 16 actions, like 16 steps of a rotation. With a weight 3. It's it becomes really silly really quickly. Yeah. That's a bit surprising that this kind of worked. But it is the reason why this became stupid like that is let me find the tooltips for y'all, because they're actually not accessible in game very easily. You have to basically be the appropriate level and everything. Right, so this is the ruin that you have in Alexander. 300 potency. This is Topaz ruin in Alexander. Amazing, right? And this is Emerald ruin. Notice that it has it has 3/5 of the GCD, but also 3/5 of the damage. And also, it is not affected by spell speed, whereas Topaz and regular ruin are. Which means that if you have spell speed, then Emerald ruin is objectively worse than Topaz ruin. And depending on your auto attack damage relative to your magic damage, the difference between Emerald ruin and regular ruin might be that Emerald ruin doesn't delay your auto attacks by 1 second per cast. It's so close that it's basically, well, they're kind of the same at best. And then there's Ruby ruin, which has 1/6 longer GCD, which is what really matters here, but over 1/3 more damage, which means it actually does more damage. Like, this is damage neutral, this is maybe damage neutral, And this is a damage gain. What about the damage from the summons going boom when summoned? See, that is a good point. And in retrospect, I could have just chosen 2 of them, right? And thinking about it now, that might have been better, but let's think about that as well. So, at level 60, the summons are 600 potency single target and then 60% less on the secondary targets. But they are GCDs, right? Which means that if you're choosing between a spell or an ability, then the actual potency of the spell, like the actual potency gained, is the difference between the damage of the spell you want to use and your filler. And Ruin 3 at this level does 300, so Summon Titan, Summon Ifrit, and Summon Garuda in this level range is only 300 potency gained, right? And the combination of Energy Drain and Fester adds together for 880 potency per minute. So, if I had taken Ifrit and Summon Titan instead of Energy Drain and Fester, I would have gotten 300 and 300 potency gain because I'm replacing Ruin 3 with these 2 casts. But that's 300 and 300 adding together for 600, whereas Energy Drain and Fester adds together for 880. That was the quick maths that I came up with, was the reason why I replaced them. Because the OGCDs being weavable means that they're just flat free damage. That's also the reason why we typically, like, why when we're looking at this, we're like, you probably want Enkindle Bahamut if it's available, because it's 1300, well, you know, pet potency in that, but it's like over 1000 potency every minute. No nonsense. It's just free damage. How much more damage do Ifrit and Ruby Ruin do over Ruin 3? Is that less than Fester? So, if I had chosen Gemshine and Ifrit, so Ruby Ruin, let me see here, Ruby Ruin is 410 over 3 seconds, whereas regular Ruin was 300 over 2.5 seconds. It's a little hard because they're not the same GCD, but you're gaining less than 100 potency per Ruby Ruin, which means if you'd chosen Ifrit and Ruby Ruin, you would have at best gotten 500 potency. So that would have been worse than grabbing also Titan. You're gonna do an alliance raid with full buttons? No, we're just not doing it. That's a that's kind of the plan that we're not doing it. That's kind of the reason why, like, I initially went, I should probably grab Gemshine, and then I realized that I was like, Gemshine on anything but Ifrit kind of blows, and the gain you get from Ifrit in this level range is so little that grabbing an additional summon would have been better. And then I just, like, went down the list logically one step at a time and was like, wait a minute. Energy Drain and Fester is better than a summon. Specifically, both of them combined is better than 2 summons. What about doing a Primal Rush in I feel like... Did I... Parent, did you close the stream for like a minute? The overlay is not frozen. Let's take it one more time. Math time! Are you ready? Oh, you're in a meeting. Fair enough. Also, just so that we can save the people sitting in a dark room, we do it like this. Pink on black. It's okay, I'll explain it again. At level 60, which was where we just were, Ruin 3 is 300 potency. Primals are 600. But every GCD is essentially an opportunity to do 300 potency, right? So if you're choosing a GCD, if you're comparing a GCD against an OGCD, then when you choose the OGCD, that's completely free damage. Completely free damage, because you can just weave it when it's convenient. But the GCD comes at the cost of the base GCD of 300, because Ruin 3 could be every GCD, whereas the primal is instead of the GCD. So you're choosing... So energy drain is 200, and Festa is... It's 680 because you get 2 of them. So these two combine to give 880 or 440 per button. Right? Because the primal comes at the cost of a Ruin 3 cast, when comparing these two, you basically have to go, well, what's the potency of this every now and then GCD minus your base GCD, like the baseline of your GCD, which means you have to go 600 minus 300 because you could have just cast Ruin. Which means that in reality, this is not true. The primal is actually only worth 300 potency per button. Thank you for joining, Kat, and welcome back, Newells. Which is the reason why, even had the primals been 400 potency, even had they been pet potency too, that's also true. In reality, the pets do... So it varies. The general value that typically... Oh, okay, I'm apparently not as smart on paint as I thought. I thought that would have worked. The general consensus is that typically pet potencies are around, give or take, 5/6 of player potency. Which means that it's not even, it wouldn't even have been 600, it would have been 500, which means it would have been 200, because minus 300. So it just keeps looking worse, right? So the problem and the reason why I ended up choosing Death Flare, Energy Drain, and Festa is that Astral Flow at level 60 is a clean 600 600, right? Or is it 500? It's 500. That's still 500 potency for one button, where Energy Drain and Festa is 440, which is really good. Where any of the primals would have been like 200. And slower than just, you know, weaving many OGCDs. So that's kind of the story. That is a good point. It's also pet potency. It feels extremely backwards, but this is the reason. And if we move a step further than this... Thank you for coming, Celestial. If we move even further than this, it's also worth it to point out that Topaz Ruin 3 is equal to Ruin 3 plus 1 second of auto attacks per cast. And Garuda Ruin 3 is equal to 3... Well, it's... Actually, it's probably better to say approximately Ruin 3 although slightly less most of the time, plus 1 second of auto attacks. Like, second for second. And Ruby Ruin 3 is equal to regular Ruin 3 plus 100 potency minus 1.3 seconds of auto attack. And also minus half a second of time, just in general. So, like, this is the best one of the three. So if you were to choose a primal at this level, you choose Ifrit, but Gemshine is only a gain for Ifrit, and it's basically whatever on the two other primals, so you wouldn't choose it for that. And yeah, if there were more targets, it would be it would definitely be better. Is this going to be on the test? There's not going to be a test. Don't you worry, Bad Angel. You really are a math person. I mean, it depends. Like, obviously, this is the thing, is that if we had been in a dungeon, then I would not have chosen this. Because then I would have tried to make space for Tri-Disaster. And if we had been in a higher level, content, then I would probably have found something better than this. But at level 60, like, Summoner's DPS is like if we have like a time here and like damage here, it's like whoom. Exaggerated. It's nearly this. Oh yeah, definitely, Darth. A spreadsheet would have been better if we were to figure out exactly how much damage Ruby Ruin would be worth, and that's the reason why I just went something with time, is because obviously that's a loss. And the important part is that this part is not a big enough gain to if we just ignore this, the good part isn't actually worth taking it for. So we don't even need to care about the downsides, because we wouldn't have chosen Gemshine if it had only this. If Ruby Ruin had been 410 potency with a normal GCD and a normal cast time, like, it would have just been like regular Ruin but with more potency, it would have still been worse than choosing Energy Drain and Fester. Because it would have been 220 potency gained. So we don't even need to worry about figuring out how much this is worth. Just like how we don't need to worry about how much this or this is worth, because it's not actually relevant amounts of gain when they're competing with 440 potency per button. But to actually figure out this part in like more like raw numbers, the easiest way to do that, I think, would just be to like have a spreadsheet of, you know, time and potency. Well, basically GCD. I'm cheating. I'm making my drawing space bigger now. And potency, like combined potency. You would probably also have like other stuff out here, like, you know, OGCDs, cooldown timers and stuff, but you basically just write out 60 seconds of a rotation. And the moment it loops, you figure out how much potency it is per second. And if you compare a rotation that has Ruby Ruin in it and one that doesn't, then you can figure out the difference. Like, what would you do if you just didn't have Ruby Ruin? And alternatively, you could then just compare it to one that had the alternative, Fester, for example, and Energy Drain, instead of Ifrit and Gemshine. And then you would be able to do it. There's a Summoner Rotation Planner spreadsheet. Yeah, of course there is. There's also, like, there's actually based, like, have you seen Black Mage in a shell? Or in the shell? This is an amazing tool. Hopefully they'll keep updating it. You can just write out all... I tested something. You may have seen me discussing stuff with Cole recently in the spoiler room. That's why it's 2.5 GCD. Gemshine is just your mobility button. It is really weird that it becomes like that. Timeline tools looks like this is the real black magic. Why would they update it? Black Mage is dead according to the balance. Just some of the balance. But yeah, this, like, I know this seems like a lot, like all of this, but if you're looking at, like, if you're looking at this, right? That's kind of like, if you're trying to optimize this challenge, this would be the kind of stuff you would actually care about. Like, if you had only one button, what would you pick? If you're a summoner, you would probably pick Ruin. If you only had 2 buttons, you'd probably bring Energy Drain, because Kabi doesn't do anything. If you had 3 buttons, you might choose Ruin, Kabi, and Dreadworm Trance. And if you had 4 buttons, again, you'd probably choose them. You might even add in Astral Flow. And then it starts to get interesting. But the reason it starts to get interesting is because once you get up to 5, 6, or 7 buttons, you start to reach a point where it's like not obvious what the best button is. The warrior wasn't declared dead. They were pretty happy to get Primal Rent and Feller Cleave. I mean, it's very hard to go wrong with that as well, right? Although maybe they can. I've seen red mages are very split on the on getting an additional finisher to their finisher combo. Like, we have the section that is like, that's hilarious. I would have been mad if you hadn't given me an extra finisher. And then there's the section that is like, can we have like anything other than a finisher? You've given us a finisher every expansion, including the one that job was added in. Like, genuinely. Red Mage added in Stormblood. At level 60, you get something that enables your finisher. At level 70, you get a finisher. At level 80, you get a finisher. At level 90, you get a finisher. And technically, if we're going to be super detailed, level 50, you get a finisher. You actually get a finisher at level 50. Like, if you started from level 1, it would have been something with your finisher every 10 levels from 50 and onwards. No, they got both, Philippe. We saw in the job action trailer, they got, like, they have a new fancy attack that looks like an OGCD. They have that, but they also have an attack that comes after resolution. Like, they got a new OGCD and a finisher. The OGCD was the distraction. I would assume Machinist was not declared dead as well. I would assume so. Red Mage will be done once the melee combo magic burst loops. It would be really... I think maybe they... Like, if hypothetically the magic burst, or rather not the magic burst, the 2-minute burst, like, right now it has, you know, it balance is around 15 seconds of burst, and then some cooldowns go a little bit beyond, and some, Searing Light, goes even further beyond that. But, you know, around 15 seconds burst, right? Red Mage's burst in Dawn Trail will take 15.2 seconds. Because the melee part takes 5.2 seconds. Which means if the next expansion over, they add an additional step, then it means that for Red Mage to fit their burst inside raid buffs, they have to just start the melee combo and hope everyone else uses cooldowns on time. Because you just have to already be about to use Redoublement when the raid buffs come out. Patch 7.1 reduced GCD on Red Mage booms. Maybe they just make it so that Riposte takes 1 second GCD instead of 1.5. That way you would have Riposte 1 second, Zershao 50% longer, Redoublement about 50% longer. Thank you for coming, Emir. See you. Have a good evening. Also, same to everyone else that suddenly had to go. And yeah, cool, so resolution is not a resolution anymore. It's more like the resolution to finish. I am now resolved to finish my combo finisher. With one more step. Time to build spell speed. You know, a funny thing with Red Mage is that if they gave Flesh and Contra Sixth an extra charge each, so that they both went to 2, then I think there's a reasonable chance, I'm not saying it's guaranteed, I'm saying it's a chance, that Red Mages would go from I hate spell speed to I don't care. That's fine. Because the whole problem with Red Mage, is that it has those pairwise spells every 5 seconds, ba-bam, 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 and Flesh and Contra Sixth just has to fit in that somehow. But if Flesh and Contra Sixth has 2 charges, then it means you don't have to worry about using them exactly on cooldown. You can just, you know, use them a moment later if you want, or like a few GSDs later when it fits you, or maybe there's a raid buff up or whatever. So like if they just did that, that would basically, and there's also the alternative that they make Flesh and Contra Sixth's cooldown scale with spell speed, but I feel like that's weirdly cursed. Is that just me? Hey, Nazala. Thank you. I hope I'm doing it well enough. If that move is called Encore, I want a singular dollar. That's actually a really good name for it. Thank you. I hope they call it Encore now. Oh, it's so perfect. It's so perfect. Don't forget non-native French people pronouncing the names of the Knights of the Round. Oh, that would be hard. A huge part of what makes me have a chance is that the when it's a French thing, it's a lot easier to look up the pronunciation. But if it's like a French name, then sometimes it's just like, well, you're just supposed to know how to read those letters, and I have no idea. Most of the time. yeah, I also find it's interesting to learn what the correct pronunciation of actions are. And things. That's also why I made a video on that. Although not everything is perfect in that one. But yeah, just for if there's anyone feeling all doom and gloomy about their main for Dawntrail, I'll be the first to say if you need to hear it. In my opinion, all of the jobs look great in the job action trailer. In my opinion, all of them look great. I will say that I'm mildly disappointed with Summoner, but I would still play it. Like, I would still play it. And I don't feel like anyone got outright cheated. Although I do think the one thing that I feel like there's maybe a bit much of is which jobs got either one, an additional finisher added at the end of their finisher, or a finisher added to some sort of super move. Warrior got Primal Rend, Paladin got an additional Blade Step, Dark Knight got an attack that is enabled by Living Shadow, Gunbreaker got a combo that originates from Bloodfest, which is like a super move. Red Mage got an additional finisher. Samurai got an additional finisher step. Dragoon got an additional finisher step. That's a lot. I didn't mention the rest because I can't remember if they did or didn't get that. But that's a lot of jobs just getting, or you're getting a finisher. Living Shadow no longer costs gauge. That's true. I think that's for the best because they're merging Blood Weapon and Delirium, which means, presumably, that Delirium would only give you 30 blood gauge unless they make it give like 20 outright. Which would mean that it would be a little awkward to like generate those like it would be weird in a way. Even though yes, you could just do a 1-2-3 combo or something. It would feel really awkward. So I think it's for the best. I think also it would be worth mentioning, and I'm sure many of you never knew this or forgot. Ninja mains out there. 10 Chijin used to cost 50 as far as I know. As far as I remember, it used to cost 50 Ninki. Then Shadowbringers came and they just moved the cost to Bunshin, which is even weirder because Bunshin, like, basically refunds half of it? So this isn't the first time we've seen this. There's a possibility that Dark Knight just got a different thing that costs 50 blood gauge on a cooldown. Amelia says, I still need to see the tooltips on the cards and how they're played to decide on as changes. Yeah, true. And that's also the thing with most of these, is that that's the thing, is for example, I can give you the super fast summary where I'm like, Red Mage gets another finisher, but they also got an additional OGCD, it seems. Probably all of the jobs got something at level 92, 94, 96, 98, and 100. And the big finisher moves they're getting, just, you know, I don't know, I'm just interpolating here, I'm just guessing here. If they're following what we've seen previously, they're probably putting something like a Red Mage OGCD at 80, at 96, and the finisher at 100. then maybe some other like thing, like that thing we were told that the roll actions get an upgrade in level 92 to 100. Maybe that happens at 94 because that's where a lot of trades happen, or maybe 98. And then probably getting like a damage, like a potency upgrade at 94, and maybe some surprise upgrade to something at 92. But that still means that if we're just looking at what we've been presented, there's something missing. And we don't know what we're getting. Like, we don't know how impactful many of these buttons are. And it is just something to talk about, Hoodie. And the point is that we can look at the rotations or the actions we've seen and speculate at how they would work. Sometimes we can outright tell where it's going to go. Like, for example, if it's a finisher, it obviously goes in your burst. There's not much to speculate about. And that means the only thing left is going, how much potency does it have? And we don't know. Probably more than the previous finisher. And the only reason why I'm saying this is because I'm basically saying it as a countermeasure, because there are people in the other end that are basically going like doomsaying the world is ending because they don't like a change. And I'm just saying it's not so bad. It's not so bad. It'll probably be fine, is what I'm getting at. Your main is probably going to be fine. Many of the jobs where they're like, they're ruining the rotation that I've been used to. You've had the rotation in Endwalker. In Shadowbringers, you did something else. And yes, you probably did do something else, because in Shadowbringers, a lot of cooldowns were 90 seconds or 3 minutes instead of 2. So at least that part is different, if nothing else. So, like, you've had this rotation for like 2.5 years or something. 3 years? Can't actually remember. But you haven't had it forever. Cool sword, man. The Viper sword, man. You get to have the swords on your back, right? I guess. Maybe the finisher's gonna cost the blood gauge. That would be strange. And yeah, exactly, Kokochu. That's also what I was getting at, is that I expected something else for Summoner. Something else. But it might be awesome. It might be awesome. And what we've seen besides that, we've seen fancy schmancy new summon there. And we've seen that, I think it looked like Fester, based on where it was positioned in the trailer. It looks like Fester gets an upgrade. You get a new summon for a summoner, seems right. That's the thing, Naisala, is that the problem isn't that we got a new summon. The problem is that that I think a lot of us were hoping for something other than Bahamut again. Right? Like that's kind of the reason, that's kind of the problem, is that like we just got Bahamut again. Which is also the reason why I'm like mildly disappointed, but I think what I hoped for was not going to happen. So it was like wishing for $1 million and then being disappointed that you didn't get them. Like, of course not. Of course you didn't get $1 million. The summoner that only knows 5 summons. Well, isn't it more like... Seven? Kabi, Bahamut, Techno Bahamut, Phoenix, Titan, Ifrit, and Garuda. You have 7. Now, we got through some roulettes. Unfortunately, I realized I spent quite a lot of time on the prep between duties, which means that we didn't really, I didn't really feel like we had time for also MSQ roulette, and I don't feel like Alliance Raid fits this kind of stream, because we wouldn't do it with this kind of build. Yeah, Solar Phoenix next, and then you get Lunar Bahamut. We already know what that's going to look like. And then the next time we get Lunar Phoenix. And then after that we get then they rework Summoner again or something, I don't know. Wouldn't that be something? Consider that. There's always the possibility that they don't have to build on the job for so long. Because by the time that they'd have to worry about looking forward, they can just rework it again. If they actually did do Solar Phoenix, then Lunar Bahamut, then Lunar Phoenix, then New Summoner would have existed for 5 expansions. Which would have been just as long as Old Summoner. Which would suggest that it would already have accumulated so much jank that it is back to rework time again. If you really think about it. Well, with that said, if you enjoyed the wonderful company of the people in the chat, remember that there's a Discord community server that you can join. Will find me and most of the people in the chat, of course. You'll also find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is coming up on the channel throughout the week, as has been like the usual for a while. Tomorrow we have more Mental Roulette more Mental Roulette videos on the grind. And on Thursday we have a walk and talk. So that will finally be an even better time to talk about the job action trailer if there's something you'd really, really like to talk about with that as we do go for a walk. You can also find the announcement room where you see links to videos and streams when they come out. And if you go to the role assignments room, you can grab the reminder role, and then you'll get a notification when I post a link to a video or stream. You get an extra one 15 minutes before something time sensitive like a stream, so you don't miss a second. And if you liked this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on the YouTube system. That, of course, tells the YouTube algorithm that this was a very enjoyable stream and you'd like other people to enjoy it as well. So thank you so much in advance. And aside from that, you can also support the channel even more directly by becoming a member, using you can gift memberships. You can also use the super chat system. If you don't want to use the YouTube specific stuff, there's also a Ko-Fi link in the description. All of it helps me directly to, you know, afford doing all this entertainment specifically for all of you without, you could say, having to focus on doing some new trend to make sure that it gets all the many views in a way. Although that would also be fun. If only we could do that with everyone liking exactly what it is. But yeah, I think that's it for this time. I hope you enjoyed some of the weird, ridiculous builds that we came into. I think I particularly liked the Paladin one that really came into its own at the end when I realized that spamming Holy Spirit was actually not a bad idea. But with that said, that's all for me. So, good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world. And I hope to see you all very soon. Bye-bye.